going to go to the podium? You are, aren't you?
I
hate going to the podium.
Well, it's a better visual. I think they've got it geared to, I don't know.
Yeah. No, I'll go. I just...
I like it.
No, you're a better public speaker than I am.
Well, I've done it longer. Actually, it's good to stand up and have something to lean on.
Yes, that's
It's
true.
the ones that get me when we have to stand in the
Right. Awkwardly holding paper.
How are we doing? Are we ready? I'm gonna stand over there. Are we ready? Israel?
Sorry, I was wondering. I was like, is this mine? It could be. I've managed to get 4 people sick this week. Sorry.
All right, well, good morning. I think we are ready to get started. I think our IT team has everything in order for us. So I'll start out by saying I'm Patty Beneke. I'm the Regional Director for North America for the United Nations Environment Program. And we want to extend a warm welcome to all of you. Thank you for coming out this morning and being with us. Our event is also being live streamed, so we want to welcome the audience that is coming to us through technology. Today we're going to be discussing the global environment outlook for North America. This is my visual aid. It is an important piece of work. Jason Jabor of our office played a key role in it, and he's going to be discussing the GEO process in just a moment. We also are going to be talking about pathways to sustainability. And later this morning in our session, we're going to have a discussion amongst those of you who are present from civil society to get some of your inputs and views about our upcoming United Nations Environment Assembly, which will occur a year from now. But more about that later. I first of all have some very important thank yous to extend to several people in the room. First of all, I want to thank the University of Ottawa, and in particular, Natalie Chalafour, who is with the Center for Environmental Law and Global Sustainable Development, for all of her efforts in helping us organize this and for co-hosting this and arranging for this beautiful facility. I want to thank the International Institute for Sustainable Development and its CEO and President Scott Vaughan, who is here today and is going to moderate our first panel, as well as his colleague Livia Bizakova for her help in organizing this. And we thank both Natalie and Scott for their organizations co-hosting this event. In addition, I want to introduce some people that are very important in our office. Fatou Doy. Fatou, stand up, please, who is the Deputy Regional Director for North America, and Jason Jabor, who handles our North American science portfolio, and as I said, played a key role on this global environment outlook regional assessment. So, a few words first about the UN Environment Program, for those of you in the room who may not be totally familiar with us. We are a program within the United Nations. We say we are the environmental voice of the United Nations. Our headquarters is in Nairobi, Kenya, and we have 6 regional offices. We were established in 1972, and UN Environment Program works on the full range of environmental issues. When I took this job, people said, what are you going to do? And I said, well, you know, we're dealing with the whole world and we're dealing with the whole environment. So you name it, there is somebody at UN Environment Program who is an expert on the environmental issue at hand. We have listed there all of our key sub-program areas, areas of real focus. Of course, climate has been a huge area of focus over the last several years, adaptation, mitigation. We do a very important scientific report, a so-called GAP report that gives information to negotiators and others, the public, about what needs to be done, what is being done, and where we're going to end up vis-a-vis the 2 degrees centigrade or 1.5 degree goal. We provide technical support to developing countries in putting together their nationally determined commitments, and also now we're playing a role in helping them implement their nationally determined commitments. The Paris Agreement was huge. We are all working very hard to help carry it forward. Our other programs are listed, and in the interest of time, I'm not going to go through each and every one of them. Suffice it to say, partly because we're here with the Environmental Law Group, we have played a key role on promoting the environmental rule of law around the world. We also have a robust program on chemicals and waste. And I think it's probably fair to say that the bread and butter of UN Environment Program is science, and delivering good science and good data on the environment to decision makers around the world so that sound decisions can be made based on sound science. UNEP in North America, our region is two countries. We have one office in Washington, D.C. Our region is Canada and the United States. It is very interesting to work in a region with 2 developed countries. It makes us a little unique in terms of the mission of our regional office. But what we really endeavor to do is to bring the resources, the considerable resources of this region, both financial but also knowledge-based, to bear on the global program of the UN Environment Program. And we also work to make sure that North American perspectives are represented in our work. So what's new at the UN Environment Program? Well, exciting new leadership. You undoubtedly have read that Antonio Guterres was selected to be the new Secretary General of the United Nations by acclamation in October of this year. He's the former Prime Minister of Portugal, and he also served as the UN's High Commissioner for Refugees until December of 2015, until a year ago. He is clearly dedicated to alleviating human suffering, to achieving peace. He works on gender issues as a priority and has many others. In June of 2016, we got a new executive director, Erik Solheim, the former Minister of the Environment for Norway. He also was the Minister for the International Development work of Norway. So an interesting combination in terms of his background, and I think a very helpful combination. He made it a real priority to visit Canada right early on in his tenure and had an extremely successful mission here earlier this fall, earlier this fall, and had an opportunity to meet with several key members of the Trudeau government, including Minister McKenna, Minister Dion, Minister Bibeau. And another item in terms of what's new with UN Environment that is of particular relevance to Canada is that Minister McKenna has agreed that Canada will host the World Environment Day celebration that will occur this June 5th, 2017. It is the United Nations Day to celebrate the whole environment. It is a global celebration, and we have one host country, that is really the anchor of the celebration. And then we go global with the theme that the host country selects. So we're thrilled to have Canada as the host of World Environment Day, particularly given Canada's interest and outreach and involvement in international environmental issues. Already in the last year, we've seen real accomplishments and real dedication. All right, I am supposed to be setting the stage for this event. And today's event, we're obviously going to be talking about the global environment outlook and science and data, and also how that helps to underpin pathways to sustainability. We're going to have an opportunity to hear about many of the exciting developments and the work that Canada is doing on sustainability. And so that will be our first two panels, and then we're going to change over to a discussion of the upcoming United Nations Environment Assembly, as I said, with participants from civil society to give us some input. And finally, we hope to elect a new regional representative from this region to serve as our United Nations Environment Assembly 3 regional representative, again, from civil society. I would be remiss if I didn't mention, since we're talking about sustainability, the fact that, of course, last year was a monumental year for the UN, not only the Paris Agreement on climate change, but also the adoption by the General Assembly of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, along with the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So it is particularly appropriate, I think, that we're talking about the GEO report and pathways to sustainability. The United Nations Environment Assembly, which will be occurring, as I said, in December of 2017, is a gathering of all the environmental ministers of the world. It is an opportunity, an exciting opportunity, to set the environmental agenda for the world. We have had 2 UN Environment Assemblies, or UNEAs. The last one was held in Nairobi, Kenya, this past May. And our regional representative for North America, Peter Denton, who I hope is participating by live stream here, prepared a report for you all about his views, his insights, his perspectives on UNEA 2, and a copy of that report is available out on the registration table. So please feel free to pick one up and read it. And we thank Peter for preparing the report and for his involvement with UNEA. I will say that the UNEA 2 was highly successful and produced several key resolutions on issues like oceans, illegal wildlife trade, food waste, sustainable consumption and production, and others. There is an extensive website, and you can take a look at it for yourselves if you are curious. And then looking ahead to the next United Nations Environment Assembly, the theme is currently under consideration, but it looks very likely that the theme will be pollution. And we are going to be encouraging civil society to participate along the way on the road up to UNEA 3. We hope that leaders of civil society can attend UNEA 3 in Nairobi. Major groups and stakeholders play a key role in terms of providing input. There's a forum for major groups and stakeholders the day before the assembly starts. And of course, we're always seeking partnerships with NGOs, businesses, governments, others in working on UNEA. And then finally, we're going to ask non-government participants today to vote to elect a representative to UNEA 3. This person will attend UNEA and represent regional major groups and stakeholders. This person will have a facilitating and expert role, will present positions emerging from the consultations that we have in the region, and generally provide inputs to UNEA. So those of you from civil society who are here today, think about whether you're interested. And at the end of the session, probably around noon, between 12 and 1, we hope that you will nominate yourselves and we will have a little election here. And we also will be looking for an alternate. One proviso, we need to have this person be with an accredited organization, affiliated with an accredited organization. So we can talk to you more about that, and if anybody's interested, happy to talk to you about this during the break. And then I was asked to give a few logistical comments, a few logistical instructions. We've been over the agenda. We have coffee and pastries in the other room, so please feel free to get up and help yourselves during the sessions. We also will have a break between panels and lunch. You know where the exit doors are. Restrooms are right back here. Wi-Fi is GU Ottawa. And as I said, we're live streamed, and we invite participants on live stream to send in questions for our panelists. And last but not least, the recorded session will be available after this event. So with that, many thanks, and I will turn to Jason Jabbour to give a brief overview of our GEO process. Thank you. And again, thanks for coming.
Good morning. Thank you for coming. And thank you for those tuning in online. I was trying to get the numbers. Apparently we can't get them yet. But my name is Jason Jabbour. I am with the UN Environment Program based in DC. I'm responsible for the global and regional science portfolio, which obviously, naturally means I rely heavily on the services of a lot of good partners, and public and private, and more to the point, I rely very heavily on the goodwill of a number of very, very smart people who donate their time, probably the most precious asset we have, right? So I will belabor the thank yous only because we don't get too many of these opportunities to actually say it like it is. UNEP can't get anything done in the absence of our strategic partners around the world and the experts who bring to bear their intellectual services and their time. And so a handful of them are in the room and are participating in this event. I hope more of them are online. Mark, you're online. I can see John Matuzak there is in DC. Hi, John. And so I say this and I belabor this because in the context of GEO, and the global environment outlook, and in the context of any global assessment of this scale and intergovernmental assessment of this scale, anyone who has been involved will know that this machinery, these beasts that take an enormous investment of time and money and blood, sweat, and tears, they can't happen without essentially people giving up their time. So they do that with grace, humility, and brilliance. So that's it. I say it like it is to those who are listening. Thank you very much. So the assessment was released in May. It looks like this. There is a suspicious lack of printed copies, and that's kind of by design. I think it speaks volumes to where not just this assessment, this is the 6th iteration of this flagship assessment that UNEP conducts. We've been doing this for 2 decades now. But it speaks volumes to, I think, the whole assessment landscape, which quite frankly is reaching this inflection point, if you will. And that is, these books are great, and I don't belittle the value of having a printed document and text and a narrative and words on paper, and quite frankly, depending on your disposition, sometimes this is actually the crescendo, right? You actually get to feel sort of the fruits of your labor, and I'm guilty sometimes too of, after the 2 years or 3 years of going through a process like this, kind of holding this and thinking, okay, good, we made it. But quite honestly, I think these assessments are headed in a different direction, and in earnest, GEO was the beginning of this slow shift, and a lot of assessments across the landscape. The IPCC, for those who follow that process, they're about to undertake their 6th assessment report. And I say they're reaching an inflection point because there's a couple things happening, and Geo is illustrative of that. And I'm not going to get into it because the people who did, the heavy lifting are about to describe that. But just a couple reflections, my own sort of personal non-UNEP reflections on these Geo processes, perhaps, or rather assessment processes in general, and this one being no exclusion. We're seeing that they're moving to a more solution-oriented space. And I think that speaks volumes for both the production of these things, but more importantly, the consumption of these things. The governments who we first and foremost are creating these for understand that the sphere has changed, the environmental sphere has changed. That's not to say that we don't need to keep monitoring the state and trends of the environment. We don't need to have our pulse on the impacts and understand attribution, but we need some pathways. We need some solutions. And it's been a little bit taboo, even in the short 10 years that I've been at UNEP, it's been a little bit taboo to talk about solutions. The policy prescriptive kind of narrative and, comes at you. But I think that, and John, I hope, will testify to this as well, there is a shift on the government side, in the public sector, with the NGOs who are working, that there is an appetite, there is a demand to understand pathways to, and not just immediate actions. And this is why I'm delighted that in the afternoon we're going to have a chance to listen to the mid-century strategy, a mechanism of the Paris Accord. That is proof positive that we need to have our eyes on a horizon that is a little bit more distant. So I'm not going to get into the process of GEO because I think John Matuzak, who's joining us from Washington remotely, and Mark Levy from Columbia University, who's joining us remotely as well, they are veterans. They've been at this for longer than I have. They helped create the GEO process, to be quite honest, and so I will let them get into that. But I just wanted to say that just food for thought as we think about these presentations and the content that's going to come at us, that this is no longer a time for these processes to be just static one-off reports, books. We have to move beyond the book. I think we need to embrace the idea that we need a more dynamic way of sharing information, of creating, generating information, consuming information. It's happening regardless anyways. I'm not a millennial, but I can see my younger brother is on a completely different trajectory in terms of his relationship with information. So we're trying to learn that lesson at UNEP, quite honestly. And in part, that's one of the reasons why we decided to hold this talk. And so I'm going to stop talking so that you can talk, because we do want this to be a conversation. I would encourage anyone and everyone in the audience and abroad, or rather on the ether, to bring your questions to bear, and let's have a really meaningful conversation. So again, thank you to everyone. I have a list that I prepared, but I won't read it out. You know who you are: Paula Brand, Scott. We wouldn't. You're the lifelines of UNEP. So I think behooves us not to say that every once in a while. Thanks. Oh, sorry. Now I get to introduce a legend. So we have the first panel, and the first panel is going to focus, as Patty had alluded to, more squarely on the assessment itself, its findings, and take you through some of the interesting nuggets, and point to some of perhaps the pathways to sustainability that emerge from that narrative. And with that, I invite Scott Vaughan, the CEO and president of ISD, to moderate the session. Thanks very much.
So, good morning, all. We're going to get right to it. So I'm going to moderate this first session, and we're going to hear about what the key findings are related to the trends and challenges. I wanted just to say again, thanks to our friends and colleagues at the University of Ottawa, and also the colleagues at UNEP. You're always welcome. You're more welcome after Inauguration Day on January 20th. Ottawa is a friendly place, so welcome and thank you. I wanted before, I thought Jason really set the stage for looking at this, which is we're going to talk about what we found, but also we at ISD, and all of you, I'm sure, as well, thinking about how do we think about conveying what we found. And so my colleague Livia is here, and I mean, among those is, the federal government uses the words repeatedly, evidence-based or science-based policy. What do those words mean? What does open data mean? What does citizen science mean in terms of opportunities for real-time monitoring? And how do we think about traditional knowledge? So from a Canadian perspective, these are things that we're deeply engaged with, particularly in the freshwater agenda, but they cut across the board. So I think the delivery is as important as the findings, but we're going to go right to the findings. And our first speaker, and my main job is to keep all the speakers on time, so I'm going to warn you after 8 minutes. I'm going to cut you off after 10 minutes, so don't take any of it personally. Because we want to leave time for questions and discussions from you. So the first is joining us remotely. Mark Levy is Deputy Director of the Center for International Earth Science Information Network based in New York. He is also the co-director of the Environment, Peace and Security Certificate Program at the Earth Institute and the School of Professional Studies at Columbia University. So Mark, over to you, and you have about 10 minutes. So thanks, and I think you have PowerPoint. Is Mark there? If Mark's not there, I wonder, do we want to give 30 seconds more and go to our second speaker and see if we get him back?
We could do that. I saw his face while I was speaking.
He's there, great.
Yeah.
Good.
Now they know he's not there. He should start with another person.
Can you hear us, Mark?
That's John. Okay, I wonder, Mark, if you can hear us, I wonder maybe we'll just flip the order here. Does that change Jason change this world?
I don't think Mark can hear you at the moment. Mark
Okay.
can't hear us. Okay. Well,
Okay,
can John hear us?
Yeah, John can hear you.
John, you can hear us? Hi, John. Yeah, great.
We can hear him.
This never works. Speaking of delivery and open data and open access, so this is, every time we do this at ISD, it never works. So Mark, if you can hear us, which I don't think you can, we'll just flip the order. Is that okay, Jason?
As a
Okay.
fail stop, I can deliver Mark's presentation, but I'd really like if we can get him.
Okay. Do you want to? Is it okay to go to Catherine?
I can just wing Mark's.
What do you want to do?
I think we need Jason to start.
Okay, Jason,
Okay.
it's all yours.
All right. Can we cue Mark's presentation? And I can, sorry, is this on? It is, sorry. So we can cue Mark's presentation, and if the IT people can continue to try to get Mark online, I will tell you a little bit about the assessment. Mark Levy, for those of you who know, he's a professor at Columbia University. He's also the deputy director of CITE. It's an institute based out of the Earth. I'm freezing. The Earth Institute in Columbia University, and he was instrumental in GEO, and so he was the co-chair of this assessment. Mark was going to provide. I'm looking at those slides. Let's go to the second slide. You got that? Can we go to the second slide? I see it's on that screen. Right, okay. Right. So what's a little bit different about GEO-6 from previous iterations of the global assessment is that we decided to actually undertake a series of regional assessments, okay, independent, sort of autonomous regional assessments. And when I say regional, the UNEP world is broken into 6 regions, and as Patty mentioned, the North American region is these 2 countries. So I mention that because the first exercise was actually to assess and understand what the regional priorities were, both in terms of their urgency, in terms of knowledge gaps, in terms of emerging science. And so we undertook this exercise, almost 2 years ago. Here in Ottawa, actually, Gatineau, across the river, and that was the beginning of this exercise. It was to take stock. We had a multi-stakeholder group, assessments, government representatives, and we had a very lively discussion, as you can imagine, about what the priority issues are, and that is what eventually gave birth to, I would say, the edifice of our own assessment, the North American assessment. And in large part, we use these priorities. We ended up with 11 of them. We use these as exactly that, an organizing structure. And that's not to say that these weren't, many of these didn't become the narratives and specific threads and areas of investigation. But in large part, these priorities, which allegedly represented the two countries in question, became an organizing structure. So let's take it to the next slide. I'm making this up as I go along. Right. So Mark was going to touch on a little bit of state and trends. I think I'm going to wing it from here, so maybe we don't need the slides. But so Mark's role was one of coordination across the entire assessment, and the assessment has three components in large part. Four, really. There's the structure, the organizing structure, the analytical framework, which included those regional priorities. We had 11. Then there is a state and trends section, and this is the more kind of traditional integrated environmental assessment that looks at time sequence, time series issues in various domains: water, land, the usual suspects. And here's what we found. And I'm going to aggregate, 375 pages into a sentence. But we found, for the most part, in North America, that things are kind of in good shape. And that might sound appalling to, I think, closet environmentalists like myself sometimes might be taken aback by that. But really, when you look at the regulatory processes in place and that have been in place in these two countries, there's a tremendous amount of progress, that has been made, but also if we're comparing this to baselines, let's face it, across the world, we have pretty good air quality. We have pretty robust systems and frameworks, regulatory and legislative frameworks that protect the basic provisioning services that the environment provides. Now there's all the caveats, and we can spend the rest of the evening, or the rest of the morning rather, talking about the caveats. I'm not going to go into the very, very specifics. What Mark has on that slide, it's above me now. And this is sulfate. This is deposition of, in this case, I thought this was SOx, SOX. And anyways, this is sulfate deposition. This is an EPA data set, and you can see it is acid rain, yes. This is getting rid of this is addressing the acid rain issue, and I think the illustration here is that, most people who were born, I would say, in the 90s, don't know what acid rain is, and that's an achievement, right? I mean, I seriously, my brother, a smart dude, went to this very school actually, and and I don't fault him for this. He's a lot younger than I am, but he doesn't know about acid rain. It's something that I had to deal with, and I think we use that as an illustration. In this case, this was in the air quality chapter, to say that it's not all bad news, and there are trajectories that are actually moving on the right path. And so, next slide. Oh, I've got to change her. Sorry. I'm going to skip this. Okay, a couple of things. So with the caveats, some of the things that we did find that the assessment does bring to light is that although the big picture issues, whether it be biodiversity, whether it be air quality, water quality, have systems and checks and balances in place, as in large part like I said, from robust sort of regulatory processes. What we did find, and this is kind of an aggregate comment, but what we did find is that there are certain pathways that are being choked because either the policy frameworks that are in place are just not sufficient, they can't keep up, and those of us who study this is obvious. It's the issues are becoming more complex, they're more connected, they're emerging chemicals that we didn't know about. There are interactions between these emerging chemicals that are doing things that we can see in the press every day, the types of reactive responses we're getting from microplastics and various contaminants of emerging concern. And so what we did find is that while the pathways exist and we do have, I think, the science to understand kind of the implications, there is a little bit of inertia, there is a little bit of lag time in terms of how we respond to systemic complex interactions. I think I'm really making this up as I go, but I do appreciate these slides. Then we get into the second big part of this assessment, and that is the policy responses. I'm going to breeze past this because there are other speakers who will allude to some of the responses, but I would invite anyone who is interested to take a deep dive into this section of the assessment. Truth be told, this is my own interpretation. Mark, if you can hear this, these aren't your words, these are mine. But I think it was a bit experimental. I think that this aspect, this dimension of the assessment is, in earnest, a little bit experimental. It's a tough thing to reflect on what is happening in state and trends and have a narrative, a meaningful narrative on policy responses without sounding platitudinous. And so we took a case study approach, and by that I mean we did a few deep dives on specific pathways, on specific response issues in the domains of water, land, biodiversity to a lesser extent. And I won't go over this because other speakers will address this, and we can go to the next slide. Oh, that might be it. So I think I'll leave it at that. Sorry for the technical difficulties. Mark, I almost hope you're not listening, but no, I think that the big picture, just in a sentence, is that yeah, the outlook, if you wish, and that is how the narrative sort of ends. That's the last section of the book, of the report, is to have an outlook section, and that outlook section is not scenarios necessarily, but it's looking at pathways. And the overall sentiment, the overall message is that although things are okay, this is not the time for complacency. And I think it's an interesting time to be having this conversation. It's an exciting time to be having this conversation in this country. It's an important time to have this conversation south of the border. But the message is that the progress is incremental. In some cases, we're seeing a ratcheting up. In some cases, we're seeing a complete policy vacuum, and there is a need for a coordinated response. And we're going to hear a little bit more about that. But certainly, there is zero room for complacency. So that's the bigger picture, and I will hand it over to the next speaker. Thanks.
Jason, thanks very much. So the next speaker is here. Yes? Great.
How many of these will I win?
Yeah, so Catherine McMullen served as the coordinating lead author for GEO6. In addition to the lead author on the Arctic and climate chapter, she made key contributions to the state and trend sections and the energy, land, and sustainable production and consumption sections. Catherine, thanks very much.
Is this on?
It is on.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Thank you very, very much for coming here. Okay? Is that better? Thank you very much for coming here. I've been working on the geo assessments over from the beginning, but I was on the receiving end of it in 1997 when I was at Foreign Affairs, and was so thrilled with the idea that we were getting this sustainable development benchmark, okay, to keep looking at what was going to be happening in the future. And then I was lucky enough to get on the other side when I went to work at UNEP, and then since I left UNEP, I've been working as a consultant on it and able to really work on it rather than working on making it happen. And so my background is in glacial fluvial geomorphology, and so I'm very interested in the science and the quality of the information, the data that we're getting, and how we turn it into a worthwhile product that has facts that are worth knowing and that will help us solve the problems that we have. And so when I was told that I had 8 minutes to talk, I thought, well, how can I fill 8 minutes? So I decided to fill it with epistemology, okay? And so this is a really important thing to be thinking about right now. Epistemology is the theory of knowledge. It's the methods, the validity, the scope, and the distinction between justified belief and opinion. And if scientists, and people who are in academia shouldn't be thinking about this right now and how to communicate it and get the actual facts being what is being worked and talked about and turned into the solutions, then, I don't know what we're doing. But, and so I'm interested in how we have the data sets and the data sets that we get. And I have to tell you that from the US and Canada, they've been working so hard to ensure the quality of them, and to make sure that the quantities that we're given are accurate and that they track using, the proper calibrations and shared so that it's actually valid and that the metadata that's coming can be put together and come up with something sensible for us. And so the data will end up giving us the information because the data is just the numbers, and then we get the information. And the information is when we see what the trends are and everything. And then we put it into a context, and that's when we come up with the knowledge, okay? So, and I've been trying to use this trend of how we come up with knowledge from numbers for a very long time. And I actually have some anecdotes about it, but I think that I'm not going to use them because I don't really have enough time. But one thing that I realized recently was working on a project for UNDP on Southern Africa democratic governance. And so we had 10 countries and their responses to for Afrobarometer, how they felt confident about their own security. And there were 3 countries that kept being very bad and were falling way below on what confidence was. And the text kept saying that there were 2 countries, okay? And so I was making comments about what about the 3rd countries not being mentioned? And so we had the data, the numbers, and then we had the information, the interpretation. And then I realized when I went and looked at the last name of the author, that author probably came from that country and did not want to point out the deficiencies of that government's attempt to promote democracy. And so I don't know if that interpretation is correct, but that's sort of the knowledge that I'm trying to glean from the information that came from the data. So, and from the beginning of when geo was first thought of in terms of what we can accomplish, we were in 2 types of transitions, and one was going from the idea that knowledge is power and keeping our knowledge to ourselves and then giving it out to who we wanted to be sharing and building structures of power, versus that network as power. And that's that we could diffuse the knowledge, and the more we can diffuse the knowledge, then the more power we're giving to everyone to accomplish the goals that we have. And geo is definitely the transition, all right, and getting the information out there. But at the same time, there's been another sort of revolution going on, and that is the data revolution. And so we've been trying to figure out all along how to get the standards of the data in the right place. And But that's been sort of GEO's big challenge and accomplishment since 1995 when it started. So remember what we were doing in 1995 and how we would get numbers and how we would deal with them and how we would have graphs. And how we would, make, graphs and pie charts and everything and plot it out on, without computer-aided design even, unless we were into that. And now, we have all these tools that we can visualize all the data, and thank God for Columbia University and other places where they're doing these visualizations that attract attention and that can make people just, wow, as you watch the spiral of Arctic ice just disappear over the years. And so finally, I want to talk about two other things that a lot of you will recognize, which is process versus content, or process and content, okay? Because the science and everything is the content part. And to me, that's always been the most important. But the process, and especially with things like GEO, is so important. And the process that the people who are in the policy and trying to get the money together and trying to make sure that we've got the right authors and all of that, that's one process that is really, really, really appreciated. But the other process is what the authors are going through. And there's this whole thing about the philosopher's stone and these alchemists who are trying to make gold out of lead. And so the process, that was one of the first ideas about that the process, the journey is the thing that you really want to be doing. And so the alchemists would be really wanting to get rich. But as they had to go through this whole process of making the gold, what happened was that they didn't care about the gold at the end. They were just turned into different kind of people. And so the content of what's in GEO, we can't claim that it's gold, but we're still working on it all the time and trying to take the lead and the numbers that are coming out that are, we really have to ask, wait a second, that doesn't look like the right, agglomeration of different types of, data. You're just not coming out right. Can we go back and look at it? And, but then what the process is that the people who've worked on it over the years, and it's especially the people who are the GEO scholars, okay, who are recruited from undergraduate or graduate people and who start out working, some of them 15 years ago and more, and are now top academics and who are still authors. And they are the ones who, throughout this whole process, were just the ones we could depend on. They knew what they were doing. They knew where to get the data. They knew, when it would come and how to make it the most up to date. And they're the ones, they're the gold. Okay, so it's like that process that turned these people into these really, really good contributors, analysts and scientists and researchers. And so I think that that's what I'm the most proud to be working on through this whole process. And I can certainly talk about how we put together the stuff on the Arctic or how we put together the stuff on climate change or, the other stuff that I was working on. But it's there to read, and we can answer it at one point or another. But it's still a work in process. People who want to become GEO scholars or who want to work as contributing authors on the global phase, which is what we're just getting into right now, okay? And both Livy and I are going to be authors on that, so you could talk to us if you're sort of interested in what's happening in the next phase. And so that'll be going on for the next 2 or 3 years, 2 years, and we're still trying to turn both the people and the content into some kind of gold, so.
Great. Thank you very much. So could you think about questions you want to pose both to Jason and to Catherine? I'm going to ask you both to sit there, and thanks very much to both. And now, before I introduce our next speaker, I just wanted to welcome Ottawa Councillor David Chernachenko, who's probably among the busiest people in the city. He's done remarkable work in moving Ottawa to a greener city. You see it in the bike lanes, but David is really one of the sort of, I think, of one of the heroes at the city level. And I think part of that is when we think about trends, we think about where most Canadians live. Most Canadians live in urban areas. And so I think the levels of jurisdiction and also the level of measurement that Catherine alluded to is really important in terms of how we think about this. So David, not putting you on the spot, but it would be great to hear about what you're thinking. So the next one, really a great pleasure to introduce Paula Brand, who's, again, another one doing amazing work. Paula's Director General, Sustainability Director at Strategic Policy Branch in Environment and Climate Change Canada, where she provides leadership in the development of an environmental sustainability policy within the federal government, and particularly within the work on the federal Sustainable Development Strategy. So Paula, it's very nice to see you and welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Scott, Mr. Vaughan. First of all, welcome everyone. Thank you for coming. I'd like to extend my thanks as well to UNEP for organizing, and our hosts here at the University of I'm supposed to come closer to, the University of Ottawa for organizing, and those online as well, thank you. Hopefully we got some sound going on. We'll get that all sorted out here shortly. I wanted to do a little bit of what was my role as an Environment and Climate Change Canada employee on the GEO process, but also want to talk a little bit how we apply some of the same concepts and principles in the work that we do here. And I will leave specific pathways to my colleague at the back of the room who will be talking after in the next presentation. But I really want to talk about how we try to innovate in the way we're delivering information. I appreciate the comments made about the power now with people and information as opposed to scientists with the information, and what an enormous challenge it is to try to put that in the hands of people in a way that they can use it and make some sense of it. So I'm going to talk a little bit about GEO and the Federal Sustainable Development Strategy, which is a key file that we work on. So my role in GEO was to be Canada's government member on the high-level forum, is that what we're called? High-level forum, to myself and John Matusek, who you'll hear later on, just to always to make sure that the government view was being taken into account, because there's always this lovely science policy tension as part of the gold-making process in terms of what's going on. And one of the key challenges I personally found, having been part of making and contributing to a lot of reports, is to, on one hand, stick to the knitting so that the science really is the science, and that we get that right. We get that, and where we always have fun is where that starts to stream into advocacy. And I think that was the subtle tension always going on in the GEO process in terms of where that, and I'm not advocating creating a hard line, but I just think being aware when you're in that space, and that is sometimes is a language issue that was fun. So maybe I'll just really quickly work through my slides here. Which buttons? Left, right, there we go. Okay, I think this has already been alluded to earlier by a couple other speakers in terms of the milestones for sustainable development. Been a lot of key events happening in the last 16 months that have been in exciting and important times for us, the whole international scene, but as well here in Canada. So folks are hopefully familiar with things like the commitment to Pan-Canadian Framework for Clean Growth and Climate Change made by all of the ministers, and the Vancouver Declaration. That was something that had happened very, very recently, but also paying attention and preview the first ministers meeting upcoming that will also start to talk about that and really give some action and shape to that. And as I said, more details on pathways to that to be talked later. As well, a timing of our new Federal Sustainable Development Strategy was just released in October, and is an important sort of statement as Canada's overall goals towards sustainable development. In terms of the GEO-6 results, what we found interesting is similar to what Jason had talked about, was that while pollution reductions and things are happening, one of the encouraging things, we're also seeing what we infamously call those decoupling trends, so that we are seeing growth in things like growth in the economy at the same time as we're seeing declines in those pollution trends, which for us is an encouraging sign. Excuse me, the other notion around some of the biodiversity objectives, seeing some progress on those, but obviously more to take place. In terms of when Patty alluded to that North America as a region in the UN context is an interesting construct. So, you know, us in the United States as a region becomes interesting. And so it was interesting to see where we are similar but different. So while we had similar trends in terms of our policies and our regulatory plans having pollution effectiveness, that there are differences in terms of what we're experiencing for example, on the climate change side. The prolonged extreme droughts in the southern U.S. have become, I learned how profound those had become as a result of some of the information being presented through the GEO. And our differences in renewable, gross and renewable, those were two areas that struck me as being where there were some significant differences and some potential for some understanding of what are the policy drivers behind those two policy responses and policy drivers behind those two things. So the notion that GEO6 is underpinned by science and information is very, very important, and it's also a value we share in terms of putting together the Federal Sustainable Development Strategy. And the need for information is extremely important. When we look at what the whole purpose of the Federal Sustainable Development Strategy is, it's all about transparency. It's all about transparency in terms of doing that. But one of the things we have to be careful is that transparency isn't just a fire hose of information. The context that you spoke about is incredibly important. Big data, streams and streams drowning in big data, but no information. So there's some challenges that the new technology and our new world brings to us. So I just want to maybe very, very quickly highlight some of the things that we've done inside the Federal Sustainable Development Strategy, and maybe to talk also about another data set that's incredibly important is the voice of people. So stakeholders, what do people actually care about and what's important to them? As part of what we have to do inside the Sustainable Development Strategy, we undertake a 4-month consultation process. And what we found this time was that people were highly engaged in wanting to give their voice to their priorities of sustainability. We saw a 10-fold increase in the level of participation in our consultation efforts, which were important in terms of turning the strategy around. I can honestly say that those inputs into from stakeholders made a difference to what the strategy looks like today. The goals are different, the priorities are different, and they're framed very much from a stakeholder perspective. I'll give one anecdotal example. We used to have in previous strategies a target around soil quality index, because it's something we could measure. It was very technical, and we knew if the index was 82, it was good, but we'd like to get it to 94. And we'd been at 76, and that was, you know, the trend was going in the right direction. We were going to get to 92. For stakeholders, it was about sustainable food. It wasn't about the soil quality index at all. It was about food. And so a very different way of thinking about that. Now, is the soil quality index important? It's still important, and it absolutely is, and it's an important measure, and it's something to be watching and monitoring, but to be watching and monitoring in the context of sustainable food. And so you'll see that's the transformation we made in terms of taking what had previously been fairly technical information and turning it into something that stakeholders could relate to. It resulted in clearer, more measurable, and in fact more ambitious targets. The strategy itself also makes a commitment and aligns to the Sustainable Development Goals, the Agenda 2030, which Canadians, and I presume people in this room, are very committed to and are very interested in knowing about it. We also made a commitment in the strategy to reduce our own greenhouse gas emissions by 40%. So trying to demonstrate leadership and to go as far as we can. One of the things that we did in the strategy was also recognize, because stakeholders said, I don't see myself in this strategy. They wanted to be part of the strategy to make it more inclusive, so involving them more and being able to demonstrate what our partners and stakeholders are doing, and also a call to actions for Canadians to actually take specific actions. And to the extent possible, we've tried to include a lot of ideas inside the strategy. So I would encourage folks to take a look at it. To the point, though, around data and it being static, strategies can be static as well, too. And we've made a commitment to keep the strategy up to date as the government advances its priorities. And that's going to be a big challenge for us because there's a lot of activity and a lot of things going on, and there's a lot of effort that's going to take. Imagine if you were keeping Geo6 up to date on a regular basis with data on an ongoing basis. It would be an enormous effort. Strategy is a small piece of that, but it gives you an idea that that's a commitment and that's people's expectation, and we've committed to doing that. We do have speaking of technology, we do have a new web-based tool that we'll be looking at, or we'll be adding on to on an ongoing basis, because it's not just about keeping it up to date, it's also about keeping it accessible. So you can, again, fire hose people with information, but it won't be relevant for them. And so the tool that we've developed and are hoping that people will take a look at and make use of, it got very good feedback during the consultation process, is what I call the Expedia of the Federal Sustainable Development Strategy. So you want a hotel with a swimming pool, and you want free Wi-Fi, and you want parking. So you all know how to do that sift and sort. Well, if you want to go to the website and look at the Federal Sustainable Development Strategy, you're going to maybe want to look at, I care about agriculture, I care about what the province might be doing, I care about what's happening under a sustainable development goal. And it will sift and sort and tell you that. So we've tried as best as possible to provide the tool that will allow that accessibility to start to refine. One we found in our consultation process is that, and we had a comment box. So you could sift and sort, and then you could comment right when you were there. Half our comments came from people doing that. They were in unique situations in their customized view of the report, and that's where they commented. So again, we do have, I could do my little dog and pony show, I could put up my paper copy, but it's the electronic and it's accessible version that we're hoping people will take an interest in, and it's our effort to try to give you the information and enable you to put it in the format that interests you. We've also committed to doing our progress reporting on an ongoing basis, so we will update our indicators and put those in there as well as often as we can. Lastly, future developments, where might we go next? Well, the Sustainable Development Agenda is before us all to figure where that's going, so stay tuned where that happens. And in addition, we made a commitment as the government to amend the Act to be more responsive to some of the issues brought up by parliamentarians and stakeholders. And if you're interested in legislative amendment processes, you can pay attention to us in the spring and see where that takes us. And with that, I would close with the notion that information is extremely important, and making it accessible in context, thank you for that, is also another challenge that we all face. Thank you.
Great. Well, thanks very much. So I know John is there.
I think if we have a little bit of time, perhaps we can...
John's not there?
John is there.
John's there. Great, good. So, John, I'm going to introduce you, and then at 10 minutes, I'll cut you off. So I can't wave to you. So anyways. So John, welcome. John Matusak is the Senior Policy Advisor, U.S. State Department, Bureau of Oceans, International Environmental and Scientific Affairs. He is, as Paula said, Paula's counterpart in the high-level group for Geo6. John was also elected Patty talked about the UNEA. He was elected to the 10-member bureau as Vice President of the UN Environmental Assembly. So John, welcome, welcome to Ottawa, virtually. Thank you.
Is it going to work? Oh, no.
1 minute, 1 second. I won't deliver John's presentation. John, do you want to try speaking? Uh-oh, we don't have an audio feed. Just give us a second. And thank you everyone here for your patience. We really are trying to be efficient and streamline and stop our carbon footprint, but you know, these are the challenges.
You should phone. He could phone.
Sure. Sure. I'm going to, off memory, try to list the 11 regional priorities. Okay. So, contaminants of emerging concern was... Sure. So, like I said, we had a regional consultation. This is how we developed the regional priorities. And so, like I said in my presentation, we had a regional consultation here where we had invited a number of stakeholders, experts, but also those engaged at sort of the science policy interface, and we tried to extend that out virtually, as we're doing now, to invite a wide, cast the net wider to be more inclusive. But nevertheless, we had a critical mass of thinkers who deliberated over priorities, and there's nothing highly sophisticated about the process. It was literally just talking about issues, and that distillation process of bringing originally, I think, a cast of, there was 20 regional priorities that we brought to the table, and those were eventually honed is a good word, honed to 11. And those 11, for those of you who've not cracked the spine or who've not looked, were contaminants of emerging concern, rapid change in the Arctic, climate change, the energy transition, cities, the urban space in general, rapid urbanization. You're throwing me off. I'm sorry. And what else? Right, sustainable consumption and production.
Accounting.
Natural capital accounting, land fragmentation, and water security. And within the rubric of water security, we had contaminants of emerging concern. And so we oscillated back and forth throughout not just that deliberation of how we arrived at those regional priorities, but actually the process of producing the assessment. The configuration of these regional priorities changed, and how they were, where the focus was changed, and that's just part of the assessment process. I can just say a few words about, just to give you a flavor of some of the challenges, because I know we want to have a conversation here. And keep in mind, the context here is regional, so it's both sides. One thing that I thought of as Paula was speaking, that I think is a valid point. You do these assessments, and scale is a fundamental issue. How you assess a problem is obviously contextualized in scalar issues: temporal, spatial, institutional. Are we talking about a jurisdiction level at the city level, in this context, the Canadian context, the provincial level, the federal level? Obviously, that's an enormous challenge for any sort of assessment. And the bigger the assessment, bigger the geography of the assessment, the more complex. And so at the global scale, you're doing a lot of aggregating. And one of the just a little anecdote that I think sheds light on the complexity of these sorts of exercises. For those of you who are following, I am Canadian. I'm Canadian. I'm Canadian national, but living in the U.S. while the assessment was being undertaken, and obviously water issues and water quality issues is a central focus of any assessment that deals with the environment. And when you look at water quality in Canada and the U.S., and you look at the aggregate statistics, you look at the big picture, you look at those trend lines, they're actually pretty good. They really are. And if you sort of squint your eyes and kind of don't look at any disaggregation, you think, wow, in context, this is phenomenal. And then Flint, Michigan happened. And when I was working for the government here in Canada, many of you will remember Walkerton. And it was sort of a reoccurrent, it was another Walkerton, basically. And I live in a part of DC where the pipes coming into my house are made of lead. And many people, and as many of you know, in Flint, Michigan, had whole service, in the whole infrastructure, let's face it, was outdated. And so it was an example of how, yeah, the aggregate picture looks pretty good, but there's something about social, environmental equality, and the picture isn't ubiquitous. So I know the same is true for Canada. I know that keeps Paula up at night. And I know that's an enormous, enormous challenge in that we live in concentrations, increasingly so, and those concentrations make it very difficult to have a uniform status of a uniform protection of the environment when, let's face it, that most of these issues don't know boundaries, whether it's water, air. Conversely, we're having to manage for higher concentrations of people, more pressure on systems that are outdated. So before everyone gets too depressed, one thing I learned in this exercise personally, and you talk about the science policy interface, Paula, and this really isn't hyperbole. I mean, I think that when you bring experts like yourself, Paula, to the table who are so immersed in the complexity of those scalar issues, you bring to light that, yes, this is a challenge, but there are also unbelievable opportunities that aren't so obvious to us environmentalists, that aren't so obvious, I think, and I hope I don't offend anyone, but and I put myself in this boat too, but scientists, that we can find solutions even, and we can find positive ways of ratcheting up our efforts if we can look for and you are going to explain the anecdote, Paula, because you gave this in another panel that you spoke at night, and you said this throughout the assessment, but Canada is about to embark on a strategy to and you did, yeah, sorry, you did allude to it, but the infrastructure strategy is an enormous lever. And so, yes, there are these problems, but if we, as the group of, let's call ourselves the knowledge intermediaries who have to take the science, take the data, and give it to the masses and give it to those who are in decision-making powers, if we can couch it, I'm not greenwashing this, but if you can deliver the information in such a way that it's more palatable to decision makers and to those who are making, let's face it, the risk financing algorithms, it is. I think we can get to a happier place, and that is kind of the essence of the green economy notion, and that's something that I think we learned in this process. So I'm going to stop. Oh, you're ready.
Good, Jason. I think John is. Thanks for that. I think John is online. I've given up on the timekeeping, so but I think what we'll do is it really would be good to have a little bit of time for questions. And so, John, you're connected by phone. I was told you were connected by phone. John, is there?
My
Okay, ready? So we're going to put you on speaker.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. So go. It's Friday.
I believe
So go ahead, John.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Well, they Scott can't. Scott needs to be able to hear me.
Scott can hear you. We're all in the same room. We can hear you.
Go ahead, John.
Hello then. Maybe we could go to the slides and I'll begin so as not to waste any more time. It was much more limited without the internet and without electronic versions of information. And that was true when we began the GEO in the mid-90s in a response to Rio Plus 20, or the original Rio, excuse me, and the original GEOs were undertaken. At that time, there wasn't much government data that was widely available, and where governments were collecting data, it wasn't always publicly available, and part of the effort was to try and encourage that. So at that time, and the first several GEOs, 1 through 3, 1 through 4, really focused and hired a bunch of global experts who told us what they thought the global environmental situation was. It was kind of like the annual reviews that you might see in academia, where somebody is writing a review article based on the literature and identifying what they think the real trends are. However, with the advent of more information and more data, we were able to move to much more of a bottom-up process, and that's what this regional assessment really is all about. Is we want to really move to and encourage data and information that is available from government, that it be made publicly available so that all have access to it. They can call the government where they think the information is incomplete, and in many parts of the world that's or is misleading. So in many parts of the world that is much more common. When we began GEO6 and we undertook the regional assessments, it was really conceived of that the North American assessment would be an example for many of the other parts of the world because of our long-term commitment to information and data. And so if we could go to the first slide, we actually do have a good story to tell, but it's not a Pollyannish story. It's a story where we have made progress. We can go to the next slide, maybe, to the first slide, not the intro, but to the North American state and trends. So, yes, here we go. And this was an effort, really, we wanted to, and one of the reasons that Jason has indicated we tried to, on a global GEO and on the regional assessments, have certain environmental parameters which were being measured, was so that we encourage that. Well, in North America, we have long collected data and information on biodiversity, on air, on water, on land use. In many parts of the world, that is not the case. But if we are going to assess policies and programs, we should be looking at, in fact, outcome rather than output data, so that the measure of our success shouldn't be the number of programs or studies that we have, but is the quality of the environment improving? And so we looked at that in North America, and in fact, we found major improvements along the way, and we wanted to look at why that took place. Part of it was because we have put in place robust policies, we have strong institutions, we have long had a commitment to data, and not just data, but assessment for information and knowledge, and we have a whole series of regulatory frameworks from the federal level and actually even the bilateral level, cooperation between our two governments, through the Boundary Waters Treaty and through the Air Quality Agreement and through other efforts where we have worked together, and now working on the Climate Convention in a mutually reinforcing way. So there have been those efforts. We have made real progress, and let's move to the next slide where we can see, in fact, some of the areas that we made progress in, but where we're actually finding that, well, we have taken individual steps that, in fact, so let's go to the next slide. Here we have some progress, but with continuing challenges. And I'm not seeing that that's showing up, at least on the, yes, okay. So a couple of areas where we have made some real progress is in terms of air quality, and you look in the U.S. at the National Ambient Air Quality Standards, and across the board, we've made real progress. Overall in the region, we feel that there have been public health benefits from the efforts we've made on air quality of over $2 trillion. And a lot of this is documented. However, this is not evenly distributed, and areas of high population on the coasts and in some urban areas are in fact not meeting ambient air quality standards in the United States. We do have this information is being gathered, and it is being made available, and some of that information actually goes out, I know, in the U.S. over our weather reports, is they will tell you if in fact it's a bad air quality day, and if you are afflicted with a respiratory disease, you may not want to be outdoors and exercising. So we have some information. We've made progress on surface waters, on water quality and quantity, but non-point source pollution is in fact becoming greater as we have increases in population and in economic activity. We've seen recently a return to the algal blooms in Lake Erie and some of the issues around that in the hypoxia zones, at least in the United States, in the Chesapeake and in the Gulf of Mexico. So we have, well, we've made broad progress on, surface water quality. We have recently the overwhelming kind of process of continuing development is complicating that effort, and so we need to look more broadly at how those issues are being dealt with. In terms of drinking water, Jason has already mentioned, while drinking water quality is extremely good, we have situations that arise like Flint, Michigan, and we know that we have infrastructure in terms of lead mains in many of our major cities in the United States, and I would imagine that there are additional challenges in Canada, and that our land resources are in good shape, but because of the situation, there is transformation in terms of suburbanization and urban sprawl. There are other issues as we are complicated with climate change in terms of wildfires, and we have issues like invasive species in terms of pest outbreaks. So land resources are being challenged in a whole number of ways. And then in biodiversity, we have made some real progress on individual species, but overall we are finding that we need to look more broadly at habitat and then also in chemicals. We've again made some progress, but we have been inventing in our efforts to improve our quality of life new chemicals, and in many cases those are having unexpected impacts on our environment and even on our own health. So let's go to the next slide, which talks about some of the systematic and systemic and emerging challenges that we have that are complicating a more traditional stovepiped approach to regulation and individual issue focus, but which are complicating issues across the board, be it land, be it air quality, be it water. So climate change is an obvious major area in terms of both mitigation, the impacts that it has across the board. We see the Arctic as an example of the nexus of all of the natural phenomena that are taking place, the biogeochemistry complicated there, and that impacting then on the social and economic institutions that exist in the Arctic. And we see negative feedback loops potentially not only affecting the local communities, but affecting the globe as a whole, as we have thawing of the tundra and issues associated with that. These obviously complicate issues associated with biodiversity and certainly air quality as well. The energy system is another complicating issue where we have made great progress in renewables, but we've also got new challenges associated with new energy production efforts such as fracking and methane emissions and those areas. We do have some, and this is an area that I think is also served, and it's important to look at the underlying study, is innovation. So the research that's going on in energy storage technology can in fact make and contribute to major breakthroughs in terms of how we go forward. We've got new chemical contaminants, which are issues that go beyond issues, and then water scarcity. And particularly we're finding, at least in the U.S., there's more mining of groundwater and there's more use of groundwater, and we find that we have no governance process basically to manage that groundwater. So in many parts of the country, including California, if you've got a big straw and you can sink it deeper and suck harder, you can take the water, and there's no governance process associated with it. Coastal and marine continue to be exacerbated and interact with issues like climate change and increasing economic activities in terms of marine debris. And then fisheries are affected by invasive species. So let's go to the next slide, and we'll finish off with this. Some of the emerging solutions that have actually been identified here in the effort, and some of those are efforts to mitigate climate change and to adapt to it. And we see a lot of this taking place not only on the federal level, but even down to the local municipal level. So in Miami and New York City, efforts to adapt to climate change, efforts at mitigating climate change in terms of the British Columbia carbon markets and those efforts there to try and put a price on carbon, so there's greater efforts there. These integrate many different factors in trying to take a much more holistic and systematic approach to managing the environment and our natural resources. This is also true of a natural capital accounting approach, and I've got to tip my hat to the expert work that is being done by Statistics Canada in terms of integrating economic and environmental information at a national and level, and some of their reports are particularly important there. Adaptive governance, sustainable consumption and production. We're here, I'm at UNEP's North American headquarters, which is a green building, and so we have both public and private measurement in terms of the impacts of some of our consumption and some of the products that we have. Both of our governments have undertaken vigorous green procurement activities. Adaptive governance is, as I say, a incredibly important thing, and the involvement of stakeholders in trying to craft solutions that are effective in a local context is absolutely critical, not just for our assessment, but actually for the development of solutions. And then finally, the data revolution, and this is where Canada and the United States, working together and apart, have really led the world in trying to make sure that government data is actually available and can be used by all. We have tried to improve this on a global basis through efforts like the Group on Earth Observation, which both of our countries are a part of and active in, the Global Partnership on Sustainable Development Data, and support for UNEP Live effort in terms of making our information available so that the public can provide and can access the information that decision makers are hopefully utilizing in terms of assessing policies and programmatic effectiveness. So with that, I'll end my presentation. I apologize for running through that so quickly, but I do appreciate the opportunity to speak and thank UNEP and the Government of Canada and the University of Ottawa, all of you. Thank you very much. I think this is an important effort. It sets a foundation for the global environmental outlook, providing important information on the state and trends so that we can, in fact, measure the efforts and the impacts, which is part of a continuing effort to determine what policies and programs, whether or not they are efficient and whether they are sufficient in terms of delivering the improvement in our environment that we seek. Thank you very much.
Great. John, thank you. So we're obviously late, but we're going to continue this to about 10 to 11, and I understand that Mark is on the phone.
You're all set here whenever.
Mark, are you on the phone? I was just told that we wanted Mark to make some comments, so. Okay, well, look, if you do get Mark or you don't get Mark, maybe you could just wave to me. You have Mark? Yeah, so I was just asked to put Mark on the phone. So Mark, okay. Mark may or may not be there, but anyway, so look, so the floor is open. I mean, I think this has been really, really interesting. When I think about these types of assessments, and then there was a common theme around data and how we think about data. We heard it from all four speakers, and then also the process. So I think Catherine said this sort of, how do you bridge data to knowledge? It's something we all struggle with. The fire hose analogy from Paula, and then I think that both John and Jason have said aggregate looks good, but there are also pockets of where there's profoundly worrying, and then also issues around environmental justice, climate justice, et cetera. So with that, I don't know if someone else is on the line or not, but I'm just going to ask people to raise their hands, and we're just going to go and take some initial comments. So does anybody have any comments, questions, please? Yeah. Maybe, is there a microphone for questions? And if there's not, why don't you just come up right here? I don't need to... Yes.
Oh, okay. Hi, my name is Carla Spert. I'm a doctoral student. I guess I will go to the front. A doctoral candidate here working with Professor Chalifour. I hope that everybody has heard about planetary boundaries, which is the question is going to be about that. If somebody in this room hasn't, I encourage you to learn about that. It is a framework developed by a group of scientists in 2009 and updated in 2015 that essentially takes the science that's out there on the Earth systems and how they function and tries to suggest what safe operating space for humanity looks like. And my question is specifically, has the assessment, the geo-assessment in any way considered, I see that it hasn't taken it into account, but are you considering moving towards sort of trying to align the assessments with the planetary boundaries, and the same for the sustainable development strategy. In Sweden, there is at least one study trying to develop national environmental performance standards based on the planetary boundaries, so to sort of bring them down to the whatever.
I wonder, do you want to take a couple of any more comments, questions, observations? Volunteers? David? Great. Yeah. Come up here, great.
Visible to everyone this way, and hopefully people who, wherever they are on the cameras, are seeing us in Washington. Since you called me out early on, I figured I better come up and say something. I was interested in the identification of systemic challenges, of ones that go beyond relatively, clear solutions in discernible areas. I'll pick a couple of examples. As someone whose sphere is mostly municipal now, as a municipal councillor, do a lot of my time thinking about cities and how they work. Our energy systems becomes very clear how important that is, tackling climate change from so many directions, both mitigation and increasingly adaptation were among those. And something as big as urban planning just becomes so huge. And in all of those, it becomes clear how many different actors there are involved. Just picking the urban planning one and the ongoing, I would say, mostly failed efforts to rein in urban sprawl in almost all cities in North America, all of the interests that are involved in that, from land cost, people who purchased rural land with the expectation, including some farmers who have, that they'll be able to sell it, just so many systems that are designed on the expectation that we will continue to grow, that our tax base will grow, therefore allowing us to pay for our deteriorating infrastructure through growth. I can wind myself up into a tizzy if I, just to show how complicated those are. And so I just thought I'd sort of offer those from my perspective. And I have to add in there, I was an intern at the UNEP office in Washington, D.C. in 1988.
So maybe we'll just do a first round and put a couple of comments, questions. Any takers? Jason? Others? Yeah.
I think we should, if Mark's on the line, I'd like him to comment on the planetary boundaries issue, but I'll just say a couple of things briefly. I think it goes back to the scalar issue that I was talking about. This is a regional assessment, and so the focus, of course, is on these, those boundaries, those artificial boundaries. But obviously, the impacts within that geography transcend those boundaries. That's the first thing. And so, David, you just alluded to that. And so the two things are actually related. Your questions or your comments are, they marry each other. And so from the UNEP kind of angle, I can say this about planetary boundaries. I wouldn't say that it's a fair assessment to say that the notion of planetary boundaries was not considered in the report. In fact, depending on which boundaries we're talking about, that type of thinking, that systems thinking, is very much foundational for how we carried out in the state and trend section the assessment of water. In particular, I'll zone in on water and what it means, and land for that matter, and what it means to lose phosphorus for food security. So I would say that the essence of what actually the planetary boundaries is made up of, and this individual sitting right next to me was actually in the room when they were deliberating and when they conceived of the idea of planetary boundaries. So you can speak to it a little bit, but just from the perspective of UNEP, I will say this. I'm going to take liberties here, even though my boss is sitting in the first row. It's political. It's an edifice. Planetary boundaries is I believe that many of those boundaries are very founded, they're very informative, but that's an edifice, and it's a global edifice. So you want to talk about an aggregate, it's tough. It's tough to take that model of the planetary boundaries and zone in at a regional, let alone a national, let alone a municipal level, because that edifice is pitched at the global level. But that said, when we talk about the global geo, so these assessments will be the foundation to the global report that talks about all of the regions together, and that's going to be released in 2019. I think you will see a stronger narrative that is more in line with with that verbiage of, and that edifice of the planetary boundaries. David, I think your point is an incredibly good reminder of how difficult it is to not just navigate between those different levels, but I spent 10 years in Toronto before I moved to Nairobi, and none of my demographer friends and none of my urban planner friends, even 12 years ago, could have imagined that Toronto would be on a trajectory of 9 million people. So things change too, which is another challenge for all of us working in this sphere.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to the planetary boundaries because I was at the meeting at the Tallberg Forum when we first sort of gathered to talk about it, and I was the representative from UNEP. And we were not able to sign up onto it and as an author or any of that because of the diplomacy issues and what UNEP is beholding to as far as its whole governing council and what we can do or can't do. But we work with most of the people who were in that room, and most of the people who've been working on it since, as either authors on our geo-assessment, okay? But one of the things that I thought was interesting is that, like with Costanza, Robert Costanza, and all of the Great Transition, and a lot of the work that the people are doing on that, there are 4 or 5 authors who were his students who started out as geo-scholars, Eric Agatis and Mark Sidnor, and a couple of other people who were geo-scholars working with Robert, with Bob, and he encouraged them to be the geo-scholars, and so it's a very much of a shared community. And with Johan, I mean, it's just definitely so much overlap with Asa Persson, and Bob Carell, who was also one of the co-authors, was our coordinating chair, who was in and out of the process because of health problems. And so, there's just so much overlap. One of the things that sort of I'm concerned about a lot when we were there, and Vicky Fabre was there talking about ocean acidification. And like a lot of those things are sort of fading away, okay? Like it's sort of funny how when I was back working at the federal government, we would have the fat of the week or, in environmental issues, and they were always in competition. But with things like the planetary boundaries or with the Great Transition, and hopefully with our states and trends, being able to see the cumulative effects and how so much of it, I mean, it used to be that we talked about ozone and climate change. They were not the same. And now we're finding that there are so many, interrelations going on at, I mean, I shouldn't even get started on it. So, but just because, there's not an official imprimatur, it doesn't mean that we're all working on teams at different levels, like with Future Earth. And I mean, there are just so many of these initiatives going on that UNEP tries to do as much as it can, and definitely tries to recruit the best thinkers and to check in with them and make sure that we're, and get them as authors and contributors and reviewers on our own work as much as possible. So, they're not competing. They're definitely complementary. And, we should try to remember, the politics that are at work and how much we can step up to the bat at any given moment, so.
Maybe just briefly to add and emphasize, it's complicated. I think to the point of the planetary boundaries, my indicator colleagues in the room here are very keen on the notion of tipping points and where do we get that. When you take this into practice and make strategy, how do you know when enough is enough? So is 17% terrestrial protected areas enough? Maybe not if they're not in the right places and where they need to be. But until we set those from a policy development point of view, setting those targets gets us in the trajectory we need to get to. And that's where we can have an impact on the policy development side. And to Mr. Chernchen's point on systems, couldn't agree more. That's one of the beauties connected, but because it's all connected, it becomes complicated. It's even making our goals and targets for the strategy was, well, that's related to climate change, but food security is related to this, and water quality is related to that, and we just had to say stop. And create some artificial stovepipes from time to time in order to just make the progress and focus. Exactly, because that inertia, or that complication can create inertia if we don't adopt that. Thank you.
Great. I think
I call it analysis paralysis. Sorry.
I think we've run out. I actually see people from the next panel waiting, so I know that there's questions still from this panel, but we're 20 minutes over. So what I'd like to do is just thank everybody, and then we can continue this. So please join me.
Hello, everybody. May I invite you to take your seats and so we can proceed to the second panel. Well, thank you very much, and thank you for joining us for this second panel on pathways to sustainability. Jason? Thank you. I am Fatou Ndoye, and I work with UN Environment as a Deputy Regional Director in our North American office based in Washington, D.C. And it's really my pleasure to help us through this discussion in the next hour on pathways to sustainability. And in the interest of time, I will save some of the remarks I wanted to make in the beginning, but I would just like to say that 2015 was a remarkable year in the UN history. We've had the 2030 Agenda and its Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Agreement. And both of them acknowledge the integrated nature of the many challenges we're facing. And we are now getting into the implementation phase of those agreements and the many, many, many challenges that are facing different countries with different contexts and different realities. And I would like to highlight that our panel will start with opening presentations on the needed transition to a low-carbon world in the context of the 2030 Agenda and the SDGs, and how science and assessments can better inform the implementation of that sustainability agenda. We have with us several specialists, sustainability practitioners, and a few colleagues from government. And our first speaker would be from government, from Environment Canada, Mr. Warren Goodlett, who will tell us more about Canada's mid-century long-term low greenhouse gas development strategy and how this will frame and guide the low-carbon path Canada has embraced and how it helps bridge domestic and global action. So, Warren, you have about 10 minutes. Thank you. You come over here.
Thank you, Fatou, for the introduction, and to the organizers of this event for inviting my department here for this discussion. I understand this session is to consider pathways to environmental sustainability, and so what I'd like to take my time here to talk about, as mentioned, is Environment and Climate Change Canada's recent release of what we're calling our mid-century strategy, because as Fatou illustrated, trying to make your way all the way through that title is a bit of a mouthful. So we just call it our mid-century strategy, and it does outline some pathways for Canada to a low-carbon future. So this is at least one part of pathways to environmental sustainability, as was discussed earlier this morning. There's a lot of other issues out there, water, soil, biodiversity, that angle of things. This one does focus on climate, but it is one of those challenging, interconnected issues that was mentioned this morning as well. So first, just a little bit of overall context on where this came from. So as you may know, Section 4 of the Paris Agreement from last year, recognizing the need for longer-term planning, invited countries to communicate by 2020 some strategies consistent with the global temperature goal of 2 degrees and best efforts towards 1.5 degrees Celsius. And in March of 2016, the Prime Minister of Canada and the President of the United States made a joint statement that their two countries would in fact have theirs completed by the end of 2016, as opposed to that 2020 goal. And Mexico joined us in June with their president making a similar statement. So we've worked closely with our colleagues in the US and Mexico as we've drafted our strategy, and we submitted ours on November 17th at COP22 in Marrakesh. And we're proud to be one of the first and only 4 countries to date who have submitted strategies. Canada, the US, and Mexico have all done it, as well as Germany. So you can see a nice picture there of the title page of our strategy. One thing I'll point out, and I'll get to it in a little bit, is that the name strategy might be a little bit of a misnomer. I think when most people hear the word strategy, they expect a whole bunch of actions underlying that. The word strategy comes from the Paris Agreement, so it's sort of the title we were stuck with. The approach we took, and it was consistent with that of the Americans and the Mexicans as well, was to look at different potential pathways, opportunities, and challenges for ways to get to a low-carbon economy, as opposed to being strictly policy prescriptive. So I'll get to that in a bit, but just to flag that. So as I mentioned, our strategy presents various pathways that are consistent with net GHG emissions in Canada falling by 80% by 2050 relative to 2005 levels. Now, one of the things that everybody then says is, oh, okay, does Canada now have a 2050 target because you've got a 2030 target? We are not setting a target with the 2050 number, but the figure of 80% was chosen basically to illustrate the magnitude of the challenge that's required to respect the temperature goal in the Paris Agreement. You know, the actual levels and commitments made by different countries will be set out through the process of updating intended nationally determined contributions, and we'll see where everybody gets to by 2050. But the basic idea is the whole world, Canada included, needs to decarbonize significantly by sometime in the future. And so we translated that into 80% in 2050 for the work because there was some modeling done, and there's kind of a blinking cursor that says enter emission reductions here. Those are the numbers we picked. The US strategy also outlines pathways consistent with an 80% reduction from 2005 levels, and Mexico looked at a 50% reduction compared to the year 2000. So you can see we're sort of directionally all in the same ballpark. The work that we did, as I mentioned, drew from some internal modeling analysis, but also from some independent experts that have done work in this area in the past. This included 2 main reports that we drew from: the Deep Decarbonization Pathway Project, which some of you may be familiar with, and also the Trache Energy Futures Project. As I mentioned, the strategy is not policy prescriptive, and so that, again, comes back to the title not necessarily being the most descriptive. It's not policy prescriptive either in terms of the measures that need to be put in place, nor the jurisdictions that need to implement them. So we're not calling out federal government saying you need to do this, or provinces you need to do that, or municipalities you need to do that, but more flagging that everybody has a role to play, and those actions will be determined as time unrolls. And finally, we've got the last point there. This is something my minister is very strong on pointing out whenever she can, that there are certainly challenges to significantly decarbonizing Canada's economy and respecting those Paris goals, but there are huge opportunities as well in terms of technology development, business opportunities, export jobs, et cetera. So there are a number of sort of building blocks, I guess, that we called them within the strategy that underlie our ability to get to 2050. As I mentioned, there are different pathways, but there are some commonalities to that. A key finding of ours and most of the other analyses that we've seen of mid-century decarbonization is the role of electricity. Under a low-carbon future, we're expecting Canada's electricity demand to increase substantially. Some just from traditional pressures like population growth, economic and industrial growth, but also because of the potential for the electrification of end-use applications to reduce those carbon emissions. So these are applications for things like cars and trucks, boilers and heaters who can use electricity to fulfill their power requirements rather than fossil fuels. One of the things we found and flagged was that greater use of electricity is often accompanied by important efficiency gains, especially in the transportation sector. So that means even though you're now using electricity to power more of your needs, you may not need as much electricity because of the efficiency gains. But that said, electricity will still be making up a significantly greater share of the energy consumption in Canada by 2050. This is one, the figure here shows one potential result. This comes from the Deep Decarbonization's work. But you can see electricity moving from consisting of 25% of our energy needs to over 40%. And so that's just a sign of the role that electricity can play in helping us decarbonize. Of course, electrification only helps us if the electricity that you're electrifying with is generated from clean sources. And so this is one of the key building blocks to our strategy, is that Canada will need electricity generation that needs to be approaching 100% non-GHG emitting by 2050. We are starting from a strength here, as I think was mentioned earlier this morning. Canada already has 80% non-emitting generation, so there is a strength to build on, but there will still be a challenge in terms of meeting those increased demands that I referred to earlier. That said, we have seen action being taken by governments, both federal and provincial, and developments in technology that can help us along this way. Canada recently announced a proposed acceleration of a phase-out of traditional coal-fired electricity by 2030. And we're also witnessing right now incredible advances and price reductions in renewable energy technology. Bloomberg New Energy Finance has said levelized costs of electricity from onshore wind and solar are going to decrease by around 40% and 60% respectively from now until 2040. The EIA is saying that renewables such as wind are going to be cheaper than fossil fuel in the US by 2022. And in Canada, the Canadian Council on Renewable Electricity states that hydropower and wind are already cost competitive and solar is quickly catching up. So I mean, clearly we're in sort of a brave new world of renewables, and it's just a question of how we adopt those and build those into our electricity generation. And sort of spinning on that, our strategy does highlight that we need to increase renewable or clean electricity generation. It does note that the generation mix will differ from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. I mean, obviously within Canada, we've got provinces and territories who make their own decisions about their own electricity mix, some more regulated, some more open market. So we're not expecting all the provinces to follow any one pathway. It's up to them. And I mean, even when we did sort of our modeling of different potential outcomes, which are sort of shown here in these graphs, and pulling from, as I mentioned, the Trottier report or the deep decarbonization, you can see massively different mixes of electricity generation sources to meet the demand. And even as you can see, the height of the bars are different. You've got different overall demand levels. But the core message is you are getting towards 100% non-emitting, and there are many different ways that are feasible within Canada, and it will be up to different jurisdictions to make those choices as they move forward. The other thing we talked about is that for industries where electrification may be more challenging, the strategy does suggest that there are other technologies such as low carbon or renewable fuels that can help fill that void. Again, as with the electricity world, the extent to which any given technology is going to contribute varies by scenario and ultimately the decisions taken by folks. Our internal modeling showed two scenarios where renewable fuels could supply as high as 45% of energy demand or as low of 6% of energy demand in Canada by 2050. So again, depends on sort of the choices made. The deep decarbonization pathway showed 17%, Trottier was 9 and 17. So you can just sort of see that there is a variety there. But ultimately, we're looking at a world where low-emitting alternatives are taking up much greater space of the energy consumption in Canada. So we've mostly talked about energy, but there are a bunch of other ones that are equally important. I won't go into them in as much detail, but there are other areas where action will be needed. These include things like energy efficiency and demand-side management, abatement of non-carbon dioxide GHGs, methane, hydrofluorocarbons. We've made announcements on this recently. There's some mentioned there. Sequestration from Canada's forests and lands. The key role of innovation, R&D investment, and private sector investment to help ease the transition to a low-carbon economy. We have a lot of technologies on the brink right now, but developing new ones and bringing down their cost will certainly make things easier. And as I mentioned, from a jurisdictional standpoint, the collaboration with provinces and territories, Indigenous peoples, municipalities, business, and other stakeholders will be key to working through all of this. So finally, just in terms of next steps, people earlier this morning mentioned about the global outlook not just being a report that sits on a shelf. I think the same idea is with this one. We've put this out to sort of start the conversation about what Canada needs to look at in terms of pathways to a low-carbon economy in 2050. By no way do we think the conversation's over. We're hoping this is going to be an iterative process where we get to periodically update our strategy as technologies evolve, as the Canadian international context changes, and as knowledge develops. So we are hopeful that that will continue. We're also encouraging other countries to complete their mid-century strategies and submit them to the United Nations. There is a 2050 platform that was launched at COP22 to sort of encourage knowledge sharing and lessons learned between countries that have done this to ones that are working on it. And finally, mention that in the shorter term, as I'm sure you're aware, there is a First Ministers meeting on the Pan-Canadian Framework coming up December 9th, where they're looking to finalize the framework on clean growth and climate change, and there will be actions included in that framework, and those basically, we see those as moving us along the different pathways that we've outlined in the strategy towards 2050. So the 2050 strategy can inform the long-term objectives, and then the individual actions taken along the way move us towards that. So that's where I'll wrap up, because I think I went a little bit over time, but there is a website there, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, where ours, the US, Mexican, and German strategies are all posted, so I encourage you to go and take a look if you're interested in a read.
Thank you very much, Warren, and I'd like to invite Livia from IISD to make a presentation on the outlook section of the report, because Livia is one of the co-authors of the assessment report that we've just been talking about since morning. So, Livia.
Thank you. Thank you, Fatou. Nope, but it's coming. Okay, so I will be basically doing really fast, and yeah, this is it, highlights about the GEO Outlook section. So the whole GEO is called Global Environmental Outlook, but the outlook includes states and trends, policies, and an outlook section that looks out to the future. So I was one of the co-authors. We had a team of 3 authors. So it was Michael Brody from US, Peter Denton, he's a Canadian based in Winnipeg, and myself, and I am a director at IISD. So, so what was kind of the challenge, or what was the issues that we had to deal in terms of the outlook section? So first of all, that we are entering into a new era, when kind of post-factual era, where we may be not there yet, but kind of seeing it, when, you know, when you say it and how loud you say it matters a lot, and maybe not the actual facts are not that important. Now, when you try to talk about this in the context of future, the whole facts become even more questionable, because there are no facts. So you can rely on credible research, you know, modeling exercises that are using well-founded, peer-reviewed models, but you actually have no facts. Now, of course, the water people and other people say that we can even dispute facts that happened in the past, but let's just now think about future. So how we try to address this issue of facts when we talk about future? So we basically had three issues or approaches that we dealt with, how we describe the outlook, the future for North America. So first one are basically innovations that are already well documented, so they've been around for a few years, and these are things that are already being adopted, often picked by the policies, but the scale of the adoption is just, there is still a space to improve. So these, for example, in our case, included innovations around agriculture, organic production, precision agriculture, now the new initiatives around food waste, you know, technology like apps to inform consumers about the food products. So these are the things that are fairly new, but we kind of see where it could go and how should it go and what the space for increase. The second part, this is, I think, what we also talked about just before. These are basically actions that are already known, so the innovation is known, but the uptake is not there yet. And this is a lot of the things that I think it's related to even the Canadian challenge and the US challenge of the clean carbon economy and the pathway, when a lot of the things that I'm actually talking about are things that are known in terms of the types of renewable energy, in terms of the new way of designing transportation systems. So they are not these very, crazy visionary ideas, but we need to put more effort into uptake. So this is more like a policy challenge or the challenge of the institutions or governance, how we actually make this happen. And there's something that I think is related also to what Warren was talking about, that one thing is to have a pathway, and we need everything to actually get us to that pathway. And the third area are these kind of credible sources from different literature on emerging trends. So these are, for example, the things around the nanoparticles, nanosilver, other issues around, let's say, 3D printing, where we could think of 3D printing as a wonderful idea because we can reduce transport, we can manufacture much more in a place-based context, and in the same time you can end up with a bunch of more plastic out of it. So like how we can actually deal with these things. So there is also the last section that talks about these emerging areas or self-driving cars. Now the electric cars, we already talking about how to introduce them to cities, but with the self-driving cars, we are still not there yet. So these are these emerging areas. So based on these, for every region around the globe, there were identified kind of 3 major issues that should form the basis of the narrative for the future. In this geo, we did not do quantitative modeling of the scenario, so it's more qualitative and this kind of literature review based. So for the North American geo, basically, there are 3 critical issues that the future scenarios need to focus, which kind of are connected. So the first one is reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Second is transformation of the energy system. And the third one is doing all this in a very efficient way in a city context. Because especially in the North American context, the concentration of population in the cities, the footprint of the cities, the consumption patterns that go on the cities, the resource consumption, the waste, is the major driver of sustainable development. So for the future, these 3 elements should cluster together and work effectively, especially in the city context. Now, but when we are trying to do this, there are 3 major challenges. The first one is that what I think also we've seen from Warren's report is that when we think of futures, let's say the greenhouse gas futures or emission reductions, we tend to focus on 1 or 2 issues maybe. But if we, let's say, want to deal with emission reduction and let's say in the context of cities, we need to start somehow incorporate the features of the cities, the networks, the systems into these futures. Otherwise, we create a future for emission reduction, but it may not be possible in a real city context. So, and that kind of cross-sectoral, when you bring different types of areas together in a future thinking, we are really not there yet. So a lot of the future studies pick one issue and visualize to the future using different methods. So this is one of the challenges. So that narrative needs to have more grounding, which we kind of opened in the geo, but it's not really kind of closed because we don't have such scenarios. The second part is data. So we said before we have lots of data, and especially if we're thinking cities, there are lots of data that comes from provinces, from national governments and the cities, but a lot of these data are not standardized. They are open, but not really, because you can access them, but it's quite complicated. So while we have the data, there is still a data gap in many areas, especially in the issues around infrastructure, natural resources at the city level, and some other important issues, like, let's say, what was mentioned by John earlier, the groundwater extraction, that, again, there's no data. So we have this issue of why there is an opportunity, there is also a challenge. And the last part is the accounting. So in order to be able to progress this way, we also need to account better for natural resources or better account for issues that we consume or the waste and things, how we develop in order to get a better picture. And in this context, so IISD just yesterday released a report called Comprehensive Wealth in Canada. So this is an index that it kind of moves beyond GDP and looks at the development of Canadian society over the last 30 years, so from 1980 till 2013. And it looks at how the value of natural capital, social capital, and produce capital change over time in these 30 years. And basically what it shows that the human capital, which is skills and knowledge of labor, kind of stays stagnant for almost all the 30 years. We overuse the natural capital by 25%. And here it's value-based, so here even the drop in oil prices are not accounted for. So the value drop is not because the oil price dropped yet. And so this kind of thinking really shows, these kind of different ways of accounting really can help us to think about, to get a long-term picture about where we invest and how effective are these investments. because it's such a long time period, so it's not really tied to the government, or it's hopefully that political. So now in terms of, and just the last thing what I want to say, the whole Outlook section ends with SDGs. So one of the key priority for beyond the climate agenda is also sustainable development goals. Now Canada, as Paula talked earlier, released a federal sustainable strategy where there are kind of first hints on how we could deal with SDGs in the Canadian context, mostly on environment. But so there is a lot of space for Canada to actually start advancing, especially in critical issues such as the city infrastructure and cities development, which is SDG Goal 11, sustainable production and consumption, SDG Goal 12. There is a lot around water issues, SDG 6. So there is a lot of information in SDGs with the goal to implement them by 2030, to use that as a kind of a guiding agenda. One thing what these charts show, so in the blue, these are already reported indicators that were submitted during the first voluntary reporting system by September 2016, and it included Canada's peers. So Switzerland, Germany, Finland, and a few other countries actually submitted already their trends on SDGs, using their current indicators, but putting them in the context of SDGs. And I think given the wealth of data that StatsCan has and other Canadian agencies, I think to start this process, it would be wonderful if, let's say, Canada considers to submit just such a baseline for the next voluntary reporting framework, which will be in September 2017, to basically just lay down the basics of where we are at in terms of implementing SDGs, and then start moving to a strategy. Because a lot of these reports submitted by countries, they not yet necessarily had an implementation strategy, but they at least had a plan to how to develop that strategy and pulled in the data. So we'll see. Thank you.
Olivia. And our next speaker, Nathalie Chalifour, is an associate professor at University of Ottawa and co-director of the Center for Environmental Law and Global Sustainability. So Nathalie will talk about carbon pricing, so the new Canada's new scheme and regulation. Thank you.
Thanks so much, everybody. First of all, since I'm from the University of Ottawa, I want to issue you all a very, very warm welcome on behalf of the university, my colleagues from the Center for Environmental Law and Global Sustainability, several of which are hiding out in the back there, and apologize, of course, for the tech failures this morning. It is, part of the bumps along the way of the low carbon solutions. And before moving on to the substance of the presentation, I did want to just extend a very, very big thank you to a couple of people, particularly Peter Hay, who is sitting in the back there, who has is the environmental coordinator and has done a terrific job of pulling everything together in partnership with UNEP, and also two volunteers, Melanie Snow and Lauriane Lauremont, who are taking time in a very, very busy time of year for them to come and help with the event. So thank you to them. And so in terms of, setting what I'm going to talk about in context, I think we've been, just the two co-panelists I've been speaking with have been talking about a longer-term strategy for moving us forward on the path to sustainable development. Olivia was talking a lot about the measurement and the importance of actually knowing how we're getting from point A to point B, data, facts, all of those good things. And I was asked to speak to you about a particular policy proposal. In other words, one of the ways in which we're moving forward on this path to sustainability as an illustration of one of the ways we can move forward. And so, of course, carbon pricing is a hot topic in Canada these days, so I'm going to speak to you a little bit about that. And really, I'm going to break down the remarks by just offering you a few brief remarks on the context for climate policy in Canada, a little bit about the actual carbon pricing policies in place subnationally, which is where a lot of the action has been until very recently, and then also our very latest and greatest federal carbon pricing proposal, which is on the table as of last month and quite exciting, and then a few comments about looking forward and how to actually operationalize this and make it work. So in terms of the context, again, I think this is well known to all of you, but it's worth reminding ourselves of the context in which we're trying to do carbon pricing policy in Canada. We're a northern country, and we know what that means in terms of energy use, cold winters, hot summers, at least in some parts, with implications for energy use, transportation. We've got huge regional diversity at many levels, including not only our energy sources in the different jurisdictions, but also in terms of the people and the land and where they work, what they do, etc. We've got many vulnerable populations, including those in the north, those living on the coast, vulnerable to climate change, but also vulnerable to the policies we put in place to deal with climate change. And that's important to keep in mind as we move forward. And of course, there's also regions that are more vulnerable than others and sectors. And we're in a federation with shared jurisdiction over climate policy. And those of us who work on policy in Canada know that that can be a really big challenge. So, as we move forward, again, looking at the context, we have entered into the policy field at the federal level with a patchwork of provincial policies already in place. So things have changed dramatically over the last 14, 15 months or so in Canada. We have had, of course, the Paris Agreement, which we're all familiar with, and we've had a lot of action well before then at the provincial level, as I've mentioned, and at the municipal level, a lot going on, including 4 pricing policies and 4 jurisdictions, which I'll come back to in a moment. We've got an administration that's now serious about acting on climate change, and as you all, I think, probably know, after the Paris Agreement, our Prime Minister and the Minister for Environment said that we were going to meet with provincial counterparts and Indigenous communities 90 days afterwards to start hashing out a strategy, a plan for how you actually put this into practice. And that resulted in the Vancouver Declaration on Clean Growth and Climate Change, which I think, again, most of you are familiar with, and then a bunch of interprovincial working groups and intergovernmental working groups that worked over the summer and the spring and into the fall on trying to roll out some options and concrete things for how this is going to move forward. And never a dull moment. And so in terms of the context, a tough road ahead, especially when you consider emissions projections. This is the 2000 emissions projections, 2016. I don't know if they've been updated in light of the recent policy proposals, but either way, the work is cut out for us in terms of how we're going to get what our pathway to sustainability is, at least in terms of climate change, getting from here to there. It's very, very ambitious, but here's where we're heading. So I've borrowed this from the Eco-Fiscal Commission, which produces some fabulous work on this topic. And here's just a snapshot, a visual snapshot, and I hope you can see it at the back there. I guess you've got another projector. A snapshot of our existing carbon pricing policies in Canada so far subnationally. We've got British Columbia, of course, that came up with its carbon tax some years ago, and it is now ramped up to $30 a ton. We have recently, of course, Alberta coming on board with its own version of a carbon levy or carbon tax, depending on how you want to call it, and also an update on their regulation. We have Ontario and Quebec, who have, again, our early mover in Quebec, and Ontario joining in for a cap and trade program linked in with the WCI, with the Western Climate Initiative. So we have 2 pricing policies, and we have 2 quantity-based cap and trade policies tied in with American policies. So that's where we're at now. This graph, again, there's a lot more detail here than I've got time to go into. We can certainly get into more detail at the question period. This shows essentially their stringency in terms of price measured in different ways. So federally, again, entering the field, an occupied field, a busy field, how do we do this? In a federation where we have to work with our provincial counterparts, we're in a jurisdiction where legislatively, jurisdiction on climate, on energy, on environment is shared between the provinces and the federal government. Municipalities play an important role. Indigenous communities play a very important role. So how do you roll out these targets? Well, we had, as I said, the Vancouver Declaration, and then a lot of discussions at the working group level with policymakers across Canada. And then we have an announcement, early October, of our first pan-Canadian price on carbon pollution. And these are very exciting times. I'm going to describe to you essentially what the pricing policy says, and then I'm going to talk to you a little bit about some of the implications for operationalizing this. Again, as a path towards sustainability. So essentially, the announcement says that all Canadian jurisdictions will have a carbon price in place, that's a bit of a mouthful, by 2018. And the way that it works is that all provinces and territories have essentially flexibility to choose between a direct price or a quantity. So in other words, pick carbon tax or levy or cap and trade. And if provinces or territories don't have that in place by 2018, there will be a federal backstop. In other words, the feds will come in and impose a price. And they've specified it'll be a price. And they've specified as well in terms of the price, it's going to start at $10 a ton in 2018, rising to $50 a ton in 2022. And then there's an equivalency issue, which again is the devil's in the details, but for the cap and trade, the permits must essentially decrease every year to 2022 in accordance with the reductions resulting from the price. So there's a mechanism there for figuring out how to equate those two. And really importantly, as you probably know, those of you working in this area, carbon prices generate a whole lot of revenue. And the federal government has said the revenue will stay in the provinces or the territories. So whether it's the federal backstop or the provinces themselves instituting the policy, the revenue is going to go back, which is quite important and has all sorts of implications in terms of what we do with that revenue. So what are some of those implications? This is probably the most interesting part of the talk. The details of how this will actually roll out are still to come in terms of the legislative format and some of those details. There's going to be a whole lot of challenges ahead. One of them in terms of determining equivalency. I know these things are going to be discussed next week. And the fact of some provinces having taken a regulatory approach, like Nova Scotia, for instance, that's an issue. We've decided that we have to have a price, so either a cap and trade or a carbon tax or levy, but what about those jurisdictions that have gone to regulation? So that's something that needs to be hashed out. We have to think about how far this is going to get us in terms of meeting our target, along with all of the other policies in place, the regulations that are being rolled out. Is that going to get us where we need to be? Constitutional debate's a favorite topic of mine because it's what I do a lot of my research on and what I spent the last few months writing a paper on the division of powers on greenhouse gas regulation. So it's a topic near and dear to my heart. But, there have been already threats of legal action against the federal carbon price, particularly from Saskatchewan. Premier Brad Wall saying some months ago that he was going to challenge it on a jurisdictional basis, on a constitutional basis. And this headline, as I was preparing this PowerPoint, came up. And it's another threat against the carbon tax, the federal, and interesting, they're calling it a federal carbon tax, but I think it could be called probably a federal carbon levy, either way. And there's reasons why you might want to name one or the other. But interestingly, in this article, and it doesn't show up because it's so small here, but I'll quote, apparently Premier Wall acknowledges the federal role in environmental regulation and won't be challenging based on jurisdictional grounds, but on something else that are being held kept quiet. So there's going to be a challenge of some sort, we're being told, but it's now not going to be on jurisdiction, it's going to be on something else. Anyone's guess on what that might be would be an interesting topic of discussion. So that's another thing that we have to keep our eye on. Then there's the whole issue of non-covered emissions. So the emissions that aren't necessarily covered by this price or maybe some of the regulations coming up. Aviation's an interesting piece because there's now been, the International Civil Aviation Organization has come up with an offsetting system, CORSIA, that's the acronym you see on the board there, how CORSIA, which is going to deal with international aviation and reducing GHGs, but through an offsetting mechanism, how that's going to be integrated domestically in different countries is an interesting question. Indigenous perspectives, extremely important. How are we going to reconcile those and bring those issues into this carbon pricing discussion? Revenue choices, I'm going to come back to that on my last slide in a moment. Fairness issues, again, another issue very near and dear to me. How do we make sure that we not only act on climate change, because if we don't act on climate change, deal with mitigation and adaptation, vulnerable communities are the most hard hit. But how do we make sure that the policies that we we enact in order to deal with climate change, to mitigate, and of course the adaptation policies, don't doubly disenfranchise the people who are already vulnerable with, whether it be rising costs, whether it be you're offering incentives to retrofit homes that don't actually meet the needs of renters or other people. Like, you have to think these things through, and a lot of the work I've been trying to do is to filter these sort of decisions through a framework where you can actually make sure that we're promoting co-benefits. So making sure that, yes, we're dealing with climate change, and a carbon pricing policy, in my view, is an excellent way to move forward on that. But let's make sure that we take those revenues and we reinvest them in the way that continues our efforts on promoting clean growth and all of those things, but also with dealing with disenfranchised populations. So that's a big piece of it. And then, of course, I'm not going to talk about this, but there's all the other discussions going on with respect to pipelines and fossil fuel infrastructure approvals and the US factor, which shall remain as that. And I think I'm running out of time. So this is just, again, from Ecofiscal Commission on the right, a slide of looking at the revenue recycling options and how they weigh out. And it's important to think about this because there's all sorts of different ways to use revenue. And again, the federal carbon price has said, the policy has said, you guys can use it, provinces and territories can use it as you see fit. They could use it to reduce debt. They could use it to invest in social justice issues. They could use it to obviously offset the increased costs of energy for lower income communities. So there's lots of choices to be made there, and those are the policy choices that are going to really make a difference. And co-benefits is what I like to stress, because there's a lot of opportunities here if we get the right people at the table and have a conversation that's inclusive to make sure that we maximize those. And finally, you know, we've got a lot of ingredients in the pot. We were hearing this morning, I think, from Catherine about, you know, spinning gold. And now we're talking about putting ingredients into the cauldron. We're stirring, and it's up to us, I think, to see what comes out and whether it's going to be a success. But I think we are, this last announcement, making quite important progress on sustainability. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Natalie. And last but not least, Mr. Andrew Hayes. Andrew is a principal with the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development. And you will actually talk to us about this unique mechanism and what role it can play in the transition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to start by thanking UNEP for inviting the Commissioner's Office to participate in this. I'm quite honored to be here on behalf of Commissioner Gelfand. She's unable to be with us today. I'd like to start by talking about the role of the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development. The Commissioner operates under the umbrella of the Auditor General of Canada. Her powers find their root in the Auditor General Act, and in particular, she is responsible for reporting annually to Parliament concerning anything that she considers should be brought to the attention of Parliament in relation to environmental and other aspects of sustainable development. Traditionally, our reports from the Commissioner have focused on environmental matters, but over the last number of reports, there has been a bigger focus on sustainable development. Sustainable development is clearly a focus for this Commissioner, along with climate change, and as we see her coming to the midpoint of her mandate and moving forward, we can expect to see many reports on those topics. Traditionally, the Commissioner seeks to try to report twice to Parliament in a year, once in the spring, once in the fall, and each of those reports generally covers 3 topic areas. So with respect to the contributions the Commissioner makes to sustainable development, there's a number of factors in her mandate that contribute to SD. In particular, she's responsible for commenting on the government's draft Federal Sustainable Development Strategy. That work was done earlier this year in collaboration with Environment and Climate Change Canada. Basically, our role is to try to provide some comments on whether the targets and implementation strategies can be measured in the end. We also, this year, did a review of the Federal Sustainable Development Strategy Progress Report produced by the government, and that work was reported in our fall chapter. Every year, we do audit reports on the progress that government departments make in relation to contributing to the commitments set out in the Federal Sustainable Development Strategy, but also the commitments that they make on a departmental level in relation to sustainable development. I'd like to just point out one thing. The Commissioner in each of her reports produces a perspective, and to a certain degree, these are the Commissioner's thoughts on various matters related to our reports and other environmental and sustainable development strategy issues. In the last 2 years, the Commissioner has taken the opportunity in her perspective to highlight the importance of the SDGs. And at this point in time, she also used the review of the Federal Sustainable Development Strategy as an opportunity to again highlight the importance of the SDGs. We were happy to see that the ultimate Federal Sustainable Development Strategy that was tabled in Parliament in the fall referred to 12 of those goals. So that was, from our perspective, a positive thing. At this point as well, we were quite pleased in the last year to be able to participate in some parliamentary committee work related to sustainable development. The House of Commons Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development undertook a study this year to examine how to strengthen the Federal Sustainable Development Act. The Commissioner appeared 3 times before that committee, and the broad messages that the Commissioner wanted to send was that the Act should not just be focused on environmental sustainability, but that it should include consideration of the 3 pillars of sustainability: environmental, economic, and social. In addition, the Commissioner wanted to emphasize the importance of a broader look at sustainability by parliamentary committees in general. So while our reports are automatically referred to the Environment Committee, we audit departments across the board, and those departments are held to account by other parliamentary committees. And in our view, there is value to be found in those committees being not only aware of the Federal Sustainable Development Strategy and the commitments that the government has made, but also the departments have made. And also it brings sustainability to the forefront of many of their studies. So ultimately, we were happy to see that the committee, the Environment Committee, seized on both of those messages from the Commissioner and made recommendations that will hopefully lead to some improvements on those fronts. I would like to actually just draw your attention to two recommendations made by the committee in its June report, because they are relevant to the SDGs. Recommendation 1 was that the committee recommends that the Government of Canada introduce amendments to the Federal Sustainable Development Act purpose provision. The new purpose should be to require the Government of Canada to develop a strategy to lead Canada on a path towards sustainable development and contribute to meeting the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. In addition, another recommendation, recommendation 6, was that the Government of Canada introduce amendments to add to the Federal Sustainable Development Act specific federal sustainable development goals that take into account Canada's international commitments to sustainable development, including those made under the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Paris Agreement. So, coupled with the Commissioner's interest in sustainable development, the 2015 introduction of the SDGs and work from the committee, the FSDS, all of that, it's obviously a time where the SDGs have a lot of momentum. And that leads me to talk about a bit of the upcoming contributions that the Commissioner hopes to make. Next week, the Commissioner will be attending an international meeting. There's an organization called the International Organization of Supreme Audit Institutions. It numbers 192 member states, and every 3 years there's an international congress of Supreme Audit Institutions. That's happening next week. There are 2 themes for the discussions. One is how INTOSI, the International Organization of Supreme Audit Institutions, can contribute to the UN Agenda 2030 for sustainable development, including good governance and strengthening the fight against corruption. Now, just on the bit about strengthening the fight against corruption, it's important to recognize that these 192 members are auditors general, and generally auditors general focus on financial matters and financial statements, that sort of thing. So for auditors general, the idea of fighting corruption, identifying fraud, contributing to SDG number 16 is a natural place for them. However, we are also going to focus in on the rest of the SDGs. For an organization like the Commission of the Environment and Sustainable Development, where we have a broad performance audit mandate, we are able to look at programs and activities that involve almost all of the SDGs that fall under the federal umbrella. The International Organization of Supreme Audit Institutions has recently prepared guidance on how to audit for preparedness for implementation of the SDGs. And it's issued a guide that provides assistance to Supreme Audit institutions in planning, conducting, and reporting such performance audits of government preparedness for implementation of SDGs. We are planning our audit on preparedness, and it's scheduled to be in the spring 2018 report for the Commissioner. Also, another aspect of the International Organization of Supreme Audit Institutions plan for Auditors General is to identify particular SDGs and conduct audits on them. What that has meant for us as an organization is that we are taking a broader look, not just within the Commissioner's office, but within the Auditor General's office in its entirety, as to how the Auditor General, through his reports, can also contribute to examining the SDGs and the targets thereunder. So it is likely, as we move through the planning of this, that you will see SDGs mentioned in Auditor General reports, not just in the Commissioner's reports. So we are in a I guess, a state of flux insofar as we are reconsidering how we can bring sustainable development into almost all of our work at the Office of the Auditor General, much broader than just the Commissioners group. Lastly, the International Organization of Supreme Audit Institutions is recommending that, that Supreme Audit Institutions be models for transparency and accountability, and models for contributing to the SDGs. So we here in Canada are also taking that approach seriously and trying to be a model for our international colleagues. We expect at some point in time that there will be discussions about collaborative international audits on SDG matters, and I can tell you that the Commissioner is keen to be a participant in those kind of collaborative audits if they happen to get off the ground. So that was my, hopefully my contribution to this panel, and I will leave it for questions now. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our panelists, and we'll just take a few more minutes, about 10 minutes into the next session to entertain some questions. I'm not sure, do we have the microphone, or should you just come over? I saw 3 hands, please. You can all come. I'll first take a round of 3 or 4 questions, and I'm also looking at Carol to see if we have any questions online. We're good. Okay. Please.
Hi, my name is Erwin Driesen. So we hear Warren talk about federal strategy, but saying no policy discussion from my end. And on the other hand, we have Natalie from the University of Ottawa, full of beans about policy. That strikes me as odd. I wonder whether you could comment on that. Thank you.
Hi, I was interested in the pathway forward that the Canadian government is moving on, and was interested that energy efficiency and energy conservation was sort of an afternote afterwards, when the evidence seems to say that it should be right there up front. And even the fact that you used, I think that it was going to be responsible for 36% of our greenhouse gas reductions based on, I think that was the International Energy Agency that made that. So how did that priority get set, and how did it get put forward in the way that it did in the strategy?
I'll just invite you to respond to these first two questions.
Sure. Thanks very much for the comments. So I guess the first one, the gentleman, the question about the policies or not in the 2050. I think, so the presentation here was on our mid-century strategy. It is not policy prescriptive, but talks about possible pathways, possible options out to 2050. What I didn't spend a lot of time talking about was all of the actions that are going on within the department to move us along those pathways. I mean, Natalie spoke about one of them that's happening in terms of carbon pricing. There's the First Ministers meeting coming up where they hope to finalize this framework on clean growth and climate change. The federal government has already been out there talking about different policies that it will take to move along that way, things like reducing methane from the oil and gas sector, phasing out coal-fired electricity, putting in place a clean fuel standard, putting in place a performance standard for natural gas electricity generation. So there's a big long list, and I'm sure I'm missing a bunch of them. But those are announcements that have already been made, and there will be more coming out as a result of this sort of 2030 work. The focus of the mid-century strategy was really to try and take the step up a level and say, where do we really need to get to 2050? I mean, it was interesting. One of the, we didn't get a ton of press when we released the mid-century strategy, but one article that came out there, one of the quotes they pulled from the strategy was that Canadians may not understand the magnitude of the challenge ahead of them. And sort of, I mean, that wasn't necessarily the full goal of the strategy, but it was to start that discussion of, okay, you've got 2030, everybody's focused on targets and gaps, like how close are we? I mean, Natalie had the chart up that showed how far we have to go by 2030, but it was just to sort of remind everybody that that's a point in time, it's part of the process, but ultimately we've committed in Paris to a temperature goal. And, you know, the scientific work out there shows that to get to that temperature goal, you've got to move really significantly by 2050. So it was A, to deliver that message, and B, to talk about different possible ways to get there, to inform that discussion of planners. I mean, there was some talk earlier today about infrastructure, the infrastructure program that's coming out and how it can play a role. It's to inform those sort of longer term decisions that are being taken where their impact will still be felt by 2050, to say, what do we need to know? Like, I don't need just to get to 2030, but where do we need to get to by 2050 and beyond in order to get there? So it was really about laying sort of pathways and vision, and certainly there will be other documents, other what I would call more typical strategies that contain actions in them that'll come out along the way to sort of set that out, and it'll be in partnership with provinces and territories and municipalities and Indigenous peoples and all the different partners that need to take action. And I think that actually sort of leads into the answer to the second question about energy efficiency. It is definitely a key part of, I guess, the fuel mix, if you will. Energy efficiency is always called the first fuel, and it's certainly in there. I don't think we necessarily prioritized for or against it. It's more that it's part of the mix. It's one of the possible strategies and activities that people can take. You can try and decarbonize your existing fuel infrastructure, or you can also do energy efficiency to just reduce the need for it in the first place, which is even better. And all of those are on the table in terms of the different mixes in those scenarios going forward.
I'm not sure I have anything to add other than to say, it gave me a laugh to say I was full of beans about the policy. I guess it's exciting to have something concrete to look at and talk about. And I gave a very, I think, positive view. I could have, also looked at this through a more critical angle, but I think we're all kind of maybe ready for something a little more positive. All I'll say is that I think the idea of having the longer term strategy is just so critical, because you can't get from point A to point B unless you know what point B looks like, or at least you have an idea of what you're aiming for. And if you don't start to articulate some of that, it's when you start to articulate this stuff that the choices, the trade-offs, the opportunities potentially for co-benefits, as I said, the risks, where you have to put that stuff into practice, I think it's where it becomes much more obvious. So I think it's really important to have that that strategy, and I talked about one policy, one tool, very briefly, but I think it's, I think that kind of thinking is just really important because it gives us something to measure progress against. It gives us something to aim for. We can also criticize it, but we can at least then, you know, have something concrete to talk about.
We have one more question.
Hi. Thanks. My name is Scott Bohacek. I'm the Director of Work Integrated Learning at the United Nations Association here in Canada. Particularly, I'm the Director of a program called Canada Green Corps that is bridging 150 talented youth across the country into green jobs. And I guess the question is possibly more for Natalie with your association with post-secondary institution and youth, but you know, there's so many moving parts for the pathways to 2050 and 2030, but how do you believe the Canadian government and Canadians in general should ensure that our post-secondary institutions are properly preparing our youth for the labor market that will exist in 2030, and so that after 12 or 20 years of formal education, they're ready and able to make a meaningful difference?
That's a great question. Thank you for asking it, because I think that's really, really important. And I mean, I've got, as I said, me and my colleagues, there's a number of graduate students here and JD students who are working on this stuff. And I think having as many opportunities to connect the research that's done, the work that's done into policy work helps prepare people for a better job market. And I just, you know, one of the things we've done here is we created a few years ago a multidisciplinary graduate program in environmental sustainability that brings in science, economics, policy, law together, and students come in for 1 to 2 years and they're immersed in that. And the focus is actually really about speaking each other's language, so science and economists and lawyers can actually talk to each other, and it's a bit of a microcosm of what I think happens at the policy level when you're trying to roll some of this stuff out. So getting back to job markets and the creation of jobs, I think that's such a critical piece of it. I know maybe a little bit about the training part and the putting people out into the workplace, but you know, that's having the jobs and creating the green jobs is such a critical piece of it too. So again, that program had a co-op option, so we're trying to, you know, put students into real work environments. So anybody who has a co-op position, let us know. And you know, to actually give people that concrete thing. But I think the other piece of the puzzle, which, you know, again, I'm not necessarily well placed to speak about, but is identifying and creating those job opportunities, you know, through government, through funding, through NGO partnerships and everything else. But it's a really big piece of the puzzle.
Can I just say something on this? So the approach to comprehensive wealth that we did, the index include 3 sub-indices, and one is on human capital, natural capital, and produce capital, that it's quantified and monitorized. Now, the human capital is basically the biggest part of these type of indices for G7 countries that have these type of economies, and even in Canada, the natural resource sector is strong, but most of the economies still derive their wealth from human capital, which means basically the earnings of people because of their skills and knowledge. And what we've seen is that over the last 30 years, from 1980 to 2013, the human capital does not increase in Canada. So it was a little bit fluctuating, but there is no significant increase, which means that we actually have people with more diplomas, better educations, but it does not translate into higher earnings, nor more advanced positions. And so that's something that when we look at across G7 countries, like UK is one of the countries that actually invested a lot into improve their human capital. And when you look at the data on a yearly basis, you can see a huge improvement in their human capital. And this is also something which we, you know, maybe it's a different situation in a Canadian context where a lot of economies that are developed but have a natural resource wealth, they tend to not do that well to advance the human capital aspect. So it's definitely something with Natalie talked about the role of the universities, but when we take the long time frame, they seem to be that at least we haven't figured it out yet, how to bridge this transition and make it work, the job and the education.
Just one follow-up point to that. Just in the applications, we've had over 2,000 talented Canadian youth apply to the program, but we only have 150 spots. So the enthusiasm for youth, and many of them are honestly quite discouraged that they can't find a position that they're interested in, or they don't feel like they're making a contribution. So there's no lack of interest, obviously from the youth side.
And could I just add one
maybe,
sentence? Sorry.
Sorry, Warren, and maybe actually all of you in closing, maybe. Yeah.
What, did you want to do your sentence?
It was just about just saying that the carbon pricing revenues, again, it's billions and billions of dollars. There's a choice there about how to invest it. And I would say a piece of that has to be about generating those jobs, because that's a big part of the solution.
The only thing I was going to say, it's not specific about university training or programs or students, but just one thing that I think may be happening now, and particularly with the carbon pricing announcement, is you're getting less of a siloing of the people who have to deal with climate change or with the environmental issues, and it's becoming more of integrated into the mainstream of the economy, which I think is a really good thing. It means divisions such as what's a green job versus not a green job will become harder. But when you've got like a carbon price that's in place, and now you're an accountant running reviewing a project for an oil sands company, you're going to be looking at how to minimize that cost to your business. Are you now doing a green job? Well, I mean, the definition may not matter, but you're going to have a lot more opportunities where people are going to be working on these types of issues, and carbon pricing in particular spreads that well beyond, the vice president of environmental sustainability that exists in all those different companies, but it makes it a company-wide issue. And so I think that hopefully will open up different disciplines, whether it's within universities or within the job market, to start thinking about these issues that haven't necessarily been at the forefront to date.
In terms of my world, the Office of the Auditor General, as I mentioned during my presentation, we are expanding our thinking in relation to the SDGs, and I think we are often forgotten in terms of the recruitment cycle and where people can actually engage with us as students, as audit trainees. We would welcome interest from all areas when we look for new auditors.
Well, thank you very much to the panel members and to you all for this discussion. And we'll move into the next session, which will be shortened by about 15 minutes, but hopefully we'll have enough time to cover. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. I'm writing a letter in response to it right now.
And to ISD or where?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, because I guess the letter actually came in from Scott.
Yes.
To our minister. But we've got quite a history of working with Scott.
Well, thank you very much. We're going to start in on the next segment here, and I want to say thank you to the panelists. I think we've had a very interesting discussion and some excellent presentations. Please stay. We're planning on having a lunch in the other room as soon as we're done with this session. And what we're going to do now is turn to the members of civil society who are here in the room, the non-governmental folks, and see if we can get some inputs from you, some early inputs on our upcoming United Nations Environment Assembly. And then we also want to do a brief election of a North American representative from Canada. So with that, I'm going to ask my colleague, Fatou, to give a brief briefing on what we know so far about UNEA 3.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Patty.
Right into that.
Thank you, Patty.
Is that on? Here. Talk right into it.
Yes, UNEA, yet another acronym, United Nations Environment Assembly. Since Rio Plus 20, UN Environment has changed its governing structure. And the Assembly, since Rio Plus 20, is the global forum for the environmental community. It is the forum that sets the global environment agenda, but it is also, as I said earlier, our main governance and policy-making body at UN Environment. So that's really the body that presides over our work, our mandate, really where we, all the decisions that they take inform and guide our work in all the member states of the United Nations. So the next session of the UNEA 3 of the UNEA is happening in December 2017 in Nairobi, and this is a meeting that happens every year. Some of you have been to a session earlier this May, and there was an effort to align the cycle of the meetings with the United Nations overall budgeting cycle. And therefore, there was a change that was agreed upon back in May this year to hold the session a year and a half ahead of time. Now, who attends UNEA and who takes those decisions? It's ministers of environment from around the world. At the last session in May, we've had, I think, about 150 ministers or high-level cabinet members attending. But we've also had stakeholders participating. And owing to the inclusive nature of the United Nations, we actually have quite an elaborate process to involve stakeholders from different walks of life. We talk about NGOs, science and academia, we talk about business and industry, and indigenous peoples, youth, women, workers and trade unions, so local authorities, farmers, so we really try to embrace as much as possible all the stakeholders that we can. And what are the outcomes of UNEA? Resolutions, as I said earlier, that guide our work as an organization, that translate really what the countries want us to work on in their countries, in certain geographical areas, as a region or as a sub-region. But also, the summary of the ministerial deliberations become also an official guide and an official document that is transmitted to the United Nations headquarters and other United Nations forum to inform the discussions on sustainable development. And in the case of since 2013, we've had summaries of the ministerial discussions and or ministerial outcome documents that are negotiated. And this is one of the documents or outcome document that really crystallizes what the ministers come to discuss at the forum and where they would like to see some more action and where they would like to see really more commitment also from the other member states. So what is the process? It's a very lengthy process. We have already started planning for the next session. We now know the dates, 4th and 6th of December next year. And we have what we call a bureau, which is a group that is formed by representatives from each of the regional groups that we have in UNEP. So we have representation from all the groups in that bureau. And John Matusak, who was in the session, in the first panel, is a member of the bureau. So that bureau presides over a number of decisions, really. The theme of the session, the agenda, the way the deliberations by the ministers are conducted, and what is likely to be the outcome. So this process is supported by a number of convenings that are happening both in Nairobi and both in the regions. For example, in our region, we are having what we call regional consultations, and more we are aiming at having stakeholders both from governments and non-governmental stakeholders come into the room like we're doing today and talking about the UNEA themes. But we're also having a series of convenings in Nairobi where we have representatives from the different governments that have embassies in Nairobi present in a room and discussing the decisions, the resolutions that are going to be adopted, and a number of working documents that are presented. This convening in Nairobi is really a meeting of ambassadors, representatives that are located in Nairobi. UNEA is preceded by what we call an open-ended meeting of the Committee of Permanent Representatives. So it's actually those representatives that are sitting in Nairobi have a session just before UNEA to finalize all the documents that need to be reviewed or approved by the ministers. So as you can see, it's a very lengthy and tedious and procedural process. But it does provide opportunities for non-governmental actors to provide input into. You will, as we have a system of accreditation for non-governmental actors that allow them to, number one, provide comments on the different working documents and decisions or resolutions that are going to be approved by the ministers. So between let's say February and I think September next year, if you belong to an organization that has this accreditation with the UN Assembly, UN Environment Assembly, you will be receiving periodically all this documentation, and you will have an opportunity to comment on what the overall global environmental agenda should be, where the action should be taking places, and eventually those inputs will be shared with the ministers, with the countries beforehand. So this year, well, next year, the theme will mainly be on pollution.
We think.
We think, yes. It is yet to be approved. I think in the coming week, there is going to be a statement by the chair of the United Nations Environment Assembly, who will actually confirm what the theme is. But the pollution agenda is the one that has been put high on the agenda, because it allows us to talk about a number of issues, and not only focus on human health, but really focus on ecosystems and broaden really the discussion to look at air pollution, soil pollution, water pollution, and you name it, we will be discussing about it. And one of the things that the Bureau had in mind in suggesting this theme is really to have an outcome relating to pollution that is actionable, that many countries with different contexts, with different realities, can actually run away with and try and implement in their countries. We've heard this morning a lot about challenges that are facing Canada, but you can imagine the type of discussions we've just had on carbon pricing, for example, or on the mid-century strategy, how it translates for countries that are developing countries or middle-income countries, and really what daunting task it is to combine both the climate agenda, the pollution agenda, and many other priorities that they have. So it's really about a global conversation that is happening around themes, around issues that have really a global impact that will be happening at UNEA. And UNEA is preceded by a science forum, a major groups and stakeholders forum, and a sustainable innovation expo. And those are just a few that I wanted to highlight, and I will now let Patty lead us in the rest of the discussion so we can actually talk about the selection of the
Great, thank you so much, Fatou. So let me just underscore and emphasize a couple of the things that Fatou said about the United Nations Environment Assembly. It really is a very exciting convening. I was privileged to go to the last two, I guess UNEA 1 and UNEA 2. And in particular, the one this past May showed that it was really growing, that we had a lot of businesses there, a lot of NGOs there, governments there. When you convene all the environmental ministers of the world, it really is quite an exciting occasion. Side events, innovation forum, a science meeting beforehand, all of it is really building, I think going to continue to build and gain in prominence and importance. The major groups and stakeholders do play a very important role. Under the UN guidelines, as Fatou said, there are 9 major groups and stakeholders, and she mentioned off many of them. We have worked to find representatives of all of those major groups here in Canada and invited them to this event. We're going to continue to try to build that to make sure that we have broad representation of civil society in these conversations. We're going to want to get any inputs you all may have on, assuming that the theme is pollution, and it looks very much like it's going to be some aspect or a broad theme of pollution, what kind of inputs you think, what you think the real emphasis ought to be. Typically, there is a report prepared for the ministers ahead of time before they gather to sort of help guide the discussion. And so last time the high-level segment focused on healthy people, healthy planet, so health and the environment. And the Secretariat, which we serve as, UNEP, put together a report on health and the environment, and it helped inform and guide the discussion amongst the ministers. So I'm anticipating that, again, there will be a report put together, but this time, in all likelihood, on pollution. So this meeting today gives you all a very early opportunity to provide some inputs so that we can help make suggestions as this report is written. We can say that our major groups and stakeholders from Canada had some suggestions on sort of the size and shape of that report or some key issues. So while we do this election, why don't you be thinking about kinds of inputs you might want us to feed into the process at our headquarters in Nairobi on this theme, and we will be happy to provide that. I think it's important for our bureau and for the people that are drafting such a report to have your thoughts. But I wanted to turn now to the election of the North American representative. We're going to be electing one person today from Canada to serve in this role. And as I mentioned previously, that person would attend UNEA 3, participate in this major group and stakeholder forum that immediately precedes UNEA, and play a facilitating role and also draw on his or her own expertise regarding the environment to help inform the discussions. We also often call on the representatives to work during the interim periods with our major groups and stakeholders branch in Nairobi and with our regional office. So you'll be asked to pitch in and provide inputs, provide advice, review documents, and the like. We had previously publicized this and made it clear that you must be present at this meeting in order to run for this position, and we are going to call on people to nominate themselves. Let me say that only persons from civil society can vote, so you government folks in the room, we ask you to abstain, and those present can vote.
You can
Yeah, Paula, you keep your hand down. And those present in the room can vote from civil society. And in addition to that, because we do have some people from accredited organizations live streaming and listening, participating in that manner. If you are listening in online and you are from an accredited organization, and there are 12 such accredited organizations in Canada, you can cast your vote for one of these, one of our candidates. And let me also add on the issue of accreditation, we only have 12 accredited organizations in all of Canada, which frankly is, I think, a shame. We would like very much to encourage you who are here from organizations to apply for accreditation. We're happy to help with that process. Our North American office is happy to help. Basically, you have to be working with an international non-governmental organization that has an interest in environment, not-for-profit, be registered as a legal entity in at least one country, and be in existence for at least 2 years at the time of applying. And applications are being taken now for organizations to become accredited. We have a flyer out on the table, the registration table, that gives more advice on this. And again, we at the North American Office for UNEP, for UN Environment, would be happy to assist and try to help you wend your way through the process, and contact our colleagues in Nairobi who will be processing it to make sure that they're aware that you were applying. So with that, let me open the floor to self-nominations. I would invite anybody who's interested in performing this role to step up, introduce yourself, say what organization you're from, and maybe just give us a sentence or two on why you're interested. So I've had a few people approach me during the break, and we're happy to hear from you. And I want to keep a list of the names, so why don't you go right ahead? Okay? Yep, you can just use the microphone there. Good.
Greetings. So my name's Deirdre Laframboise. I'm the Executive Director of the Canadian Climate Forum. I've been in that position since 2014. Canadian Climate Forum is actually based here at Ottawa U, but we are not officially part of the university. Our mandate, well, first I'll say we are the only national organization that addresses all climate change issues across all jurisdictions. We were formerly the Foundation for Climate and Atmospheric Sciences, which was the largest granting body for climate research in this country. We gave almost $120 million out for climate research. So we have a vast network. We're very connected to what's going on in climate change. We host events, we produce issue papers. We just had an international symposium on sustainable energy, October 20th. 2 federal ministers, Elizabeth May. You can see the list on our site. So we're very in tune to what's going on, the players in North America particularly. We have done a little bit of international work. We're working on connecting more. We do a lot of work at the federal government level on policy. We just did a contract with public safety on emergency management and disaster risk reduction. And we're vying to be the official secretariat for ARISE Canada, which is the UNISDR's private sector body on climate change disaster risk reduction. So there is a connection there for us. And just a few things on myself. I've spent over 25 years in the nonprofit sector, always in sustainability. I have a background in waste management and business. And the previous charity I ran and co-founded, called Clean Air Champions, focused on air quality, climate change, and health issues. So I have a pretty good understanding of the pollution side, which would be next year's theme. And that charity actually won the World International Olympic Committee's TOPS award for environment and sport, because we used Olympic athletes to get the message out to youth about how important the connections were with air quality and health. So I would be really honored to take on this role, and hopefully I can secure your vote. Thank you.
Thanks. Deirdre. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Sorry. Hi, thanks everyone. As I mentioned before, my name is Scott Bohachik. I'm the Director for Work Integrated Learning at the United Nations Association in Canada. For those of you who are unfamiliar with the United Nations Association in Canada, we are an historic Canadian charity with membership of over 30,000 from coast to coast to coast, and have been endogenous in many of the provinces across the country with volunteer branches. Many of our programs, our programming is frameworked or is guided by the SDGs as well now. I'm personally the director of our International Development and Diplomacy Internship Program, where over the last 20 years, we've sent over 500 talented young Canadians to UN agencies around the world for 6-month internships, and the feedback we get from them very much guides some of our own programming. I had earlier mentioned Canada Green Corps. Right now, we have 150 youth across the country with leading Canadian environmental organizations, but not just environmental organizations, organizations who realize that they aren't as green as they should be and are kind of leveraging Canada Green Corps to improve their own environmental sustainability. I have a lot as well, I should say that just yesterday we had our new Diplomacy of Natural Resources in Calgary flagship program of UNA Canada that brings together leading young scholars to discuss natural resource management in Canada. We had an event in Sudbury talking about the mining industry. We've been in Calgary for oil and gas, in Prince George for forestry. Another of our programs, Sport in a Box, is celebrating diversity through sport across the country, and we've reached over 20,000 youth through that program. And just to say that we are very much representative of UNA Canada. We pride ourselves on the convening power of UNA Canada and having an inclusive discussion about these complex issues. Personally, I've been with UNA Canada for 2 years and have spearheaded the Canada Green Corps program. Have had a lot of international experience studying health, pollution, climate change in Bhutan, Saudi Arabia, and Botswana, as well as living across Canada in a number of various jurisdictions, focusing on climate change during grad studies at Waterloo. And I would be very much honored to represent Canada at UNEA next year. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Christian Ledwell and I work with the International Institute for Sustainable Development here in Ottawa with Scott and Livia, and I've been with IISD for about a year now, and I'm mostly focused on climate change adaptation. I'm a communications officer with the National Adaptation Plan Global Network. We have the unfortunate acronym of NAP, the NAP process, but it's actually a really dynamic process despite the sleepy acronym. And I think that this would be a really terrific honor and an opportunity to be able to work with the other stakeholder groups here in Canada and hear more about your work and try to collect those inputs and communicate them into the process. So thanks a lot for letting me put my name forward, and very much hope I get your votes.
Great, thank you. Is there anyone else who would care to toss their hat in the ring? If not, I think we have 3 wonderful candidates. And thank you all for your expressions of interest. I do note that 2 of the candidates, unfortunately, are not from organizations that have yet been accredited to the United Nations Environment Program. And under our rules, in order to be a representative, you must be from an accredited organization. As I understand it, the Canadian Climate Forum and surprisingly, the UN Association of Canada are not accredited to us yet. Now, I think we have 2 different routes we could go. We could go ahead and hold a vote amongst the 3 of you and make the result contingent upon these organizations becoming accredited organizations over the next few months. Or we could declare the one candidate from the accredited organization the representative for the upcoming year by acclamation, and say that the other 2 will serve as alternates this year, and you could endeavor to get your organizations accredited, and then next time around, we wouldn't have this issue. So I guess I kind of leave it to the, yes, go ahead, to the House here. Sure. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Hi, my name is Renee Gretal, and my organization is the Construction Resource Initiatives Council, CRY Council. We cry a lot. I would like to propose option 2. I think as a member of the audience, I love all 3 organizations. I was going to throw my hat into the ring as well. I had a great chat with Patricia. Thank you. That was great. But I think it's important. I participated, and I'm speaking from experience, I should say. I was involved in electing Peter Denton, who was in Washington in 2013 when we elected him, and Maggie Comstock from the US. I was involved in that process, and it is really, really important that the people are accredited, and they have to get off the gate running. There's so much to do, and I think Peter and Maggie did a great job of that, and not to say that the ones that aren't wouldn't be, but what I'm going to do, and I'm speaking for myself, is I'm going to get accredited. I'm going to get our organization accredited. So I'd like to propose that we go with option 2, just out of you know, the hard reality is, and maybe I'm saying that, and now I'm going to discourage the other person who is accredited.
It's a lot of work.
It is. I've witnessed and participated in the process following Peter and Maggie Comstock, and it is really intense. So anyways, that's my opinion. I'm open to discussions.
Deidre. So explain it to me, what you're proposing.
Well, how long does the accreditation process normally take if we get it going right away?
It would take a few months.
About, yeah, between 3 to... weigh in, since we've had a chance, and then you still have your accredited organization. And I guess it's a time issue, really, whether you could do the vote, and then if neither of our organizations get accredited, then the default's to the 3rd.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it can take 3 to 6
I think we should vote on her proposition first.
On this proposition?
No, on the proposition
okay.
of going for...
Okay. I'm told by Fatu here that it can take 3 to 6 months to get accredited. So I think, well, this is your election. This is your representative up to the civil society people in the room how you want to proceed. We could either vote on the proposal that Renee just made, or secondly, if that fails, then obviously we'll vote on all 3 representatives and choose, and if the top vote getter is not from an accredited organization, we would have to make it contingent on them becoming accredited in the next 3 to 6 months. Yes? Okay. Well, what's the will of the room? Let's say we'll either do Renee's proposal or Deidre's. So, first of all, those in favor of proceeding with Renee's proposal, which is we would make these 2 folks alternates. We would have Christian from the accredited organization be the rep for this upcoming year, calling on the alternates, if necessary, to also participate. That is Renee's proposal. Is that correct? Okay. So,
Can I just add,
yep.
you know, I mean, obviously we're all in this together. You know, whoever is elected, I would just say, highly support. I would support wholeheartedly whoever and whatever is decided as a room. So.
Yes, and let me also say, I think we have an embarrassment of riches here. I'm very pleased that there's this much interest and such qualified candidates. So, well, should we go ahead and vote on Renee's proposal? How many people in the room are?
Looks like we have an online rate.
Comment in the chat that the organization must work internationally under current rules to be accredited.
Yes, we're aware of that.
Yeah. I think the commenter just wanted to make sure that all the 3 candidates are international. I think that's what they were just getting at.
Right, I think that's correct. And as I understand it, all 3 candidates do work internationally. So I think we're okay on that score. But thank you to the commenter for assisting with that. So we're just about to vote now on Renee's proposal, which would have the end result of electing Christian and making the other 2 folks alternates. And of course, there'll be another election another year. But it's totally up to you. So show of hands in favor of Renee's proposal. Can you help count, Fatou? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. And those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. The opposition prevails. So I think that we will now have a vote, a 3-way election for North American representative. I hope that the other 2 will consider serving as alternates. So let's start out with, and we're going to get some online votes potentially, so there may be a bit of a lag time. Okay. All right, so what we'll do is do the vote here. We'll turn to the issue of our pollution theme and any inputs you might want to have, and then we can announce the results of the election in 10 minutes. So let's start out in the order that they were nominated. It's Deidre, I'm not going to say your name right, Deidre Laframboise. Okay, you say it.
La Framboise.
Okay, from the Canadian Climate Forum, which, oh, go ahead. Is there?
I have a question here.
Okay.
Can an organization have more than 1 vote?
Yes.
What do you mean?
Well, let me see. Fatou knows the answer to this.
So the question is, can an organization vote several times?
If there's more than 1 person on the line from the organization.
No, I think it's
yes.
one per organization.
Well, if they were all here, they'd get to vote.
Well, yeah, that's
no,
true.
I think they can. Whoever's online. If they're from an accredited organization, already accredited, their vote will count. So, Deidre Laframboise, show of hands, please. All right. And Scott, I'm not going to say your name either. Scott Mahachek with the UN Association of Canada. Show of hands. Let me see. I want to really see him. 1, 2, 3. Okay. And Christian Ledwell with IISD. Show of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is what I've got. Fatou, do you have the same numbers? Just to make sure we counted accurately.
2, 3, 5.
Okay. All right.
And
well, thank you
online?
all very much. We're going to wait for the online response. We'll give online folks 10 minutes until, well, let's make it exactly 1 o'clock, and then we will tally those votes as well and adjourn for lunch. Make the announcement and adjourn for lunch. Fatou is going to take comments. Any comments you might have, questions you might have about our upcoming United Nations Environment Assembly.
And the themes.
And the theme, pollution. What are the big pollution issues in Canada? What do you perceive to be the big pollution issues around the world? Renee.
Thank you. I'm just going to step here so I can look at people without falling behind. as I mentioned, my organization, we've been working, we started off actually, it morphed from all we wanted to do was ban drywall from Ottawa landfill, and it literally morphed to the point where we were working with the United Nations Environment Program, the Sustainable Building and Climate Initiative, the Sustainable Consumption and Production Group, and we're also an official partner of the Global Partnership on Waste Management. All are under the Division of Technology, Industry, and Economic. I thought that, you know, the landfill issue was somewhat under, you know, had a lot of control mechanisms in place, and as we evolve, what we realize is the whole waste issue, but not just waste, the physical waste that we see in landfill, but just waste as a whole, waste of resources, waste of human resources, waste, you know. So what we've done is we've put a program in place that's called Mission 2030. And in the United States, there was a very visionary architect that started Architecture 2030, which was a call to action to the architectural community. But clearly, the architectural community can't deliver net zero development on their own. There's so many stakeholders. So what we did with Mission 2030 is it's a support movement. It's, you know, supporting that Architecture 2030 group. And my concern is the lack of awareness of how big that issue is. So what we're seeing is a lot of effort on energy, a lot of effort on water, and it's almost like the waste factor is completely disconnected to that. And one can't be without the other. They, you know, the embodied energy, the embodied water, you know, what they call it, virtual water, you know, all of that is completely disconnected. People are not making the connection. So the World Bank issued a report in 2013, and it seems like it's been lost, that we're now actually, and this is the Canada and a very unique condition, Canada and United States, we're wasting at a rate faster than any other pollutants, including greenhouse gas emission. And that we're not going to reach the ideal of the net zero. We're not going to even come to the what they call waste, peak waste until 2100 at the current approach that we have. So our Mission 2030 and Architecture 2030, they're very, very aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals because we've participated in the process, we were involved in that. And so, yeah, that's my concern, is that disconnect between the energy, greenhouse gas emission, and all of the other pollutant factors that are coming into place. So that's what I'd really like to see more attention to, is connecting the dots. Thank you.
Great. Other comments? You know, I know one of the programs that UN Environment has is a global program of action to try to address land-based sources of marine pollution. And again, following the waste issue up the chain, to talk about plastics, to talk about nutrient management, wastewater management. So that gets into the waste stream also, and we try to connect those dots. But I think your point is very well taken. That would be a good point for us to feed into the team at headquarters. Other comments or questions about the United Nations Environment Assembly? Anything else? I think we have about another 5 minutes. We're going to wait for those votes. If you care to come to go and start having a little bite to eat, we will notify the 3 candidates for sure, and I'll be here at 1 o'clock as we announce the results. I'm very much hoping that the 2 candidates that are not the top will serve as alternates to this role. So again, thank you everybody. It's been a great meeting. I don't, what's he saying? Okay, thank you, Peter. Well, thanks. The concern about voting is it is possible for one organization to sway the vote? Yeah. All right, I would like to announce the results of our election for North American representative here today. Deidre Lafamboise received 2 votes. Scott Mahuchek received 3 votes, and Christian Ledwell received 6 votes. So with that, we will declare that Christian Ledwell will serve as the North American Regional Representative. We will be in touch with all 3 candidates because I would very much like to encourage both Scott and Deidre to serve as alternates and also to get their organizations accredited promptly so that they would be free to run next time around. And again, thank you so much, and thank you to all 3 of the candidates for their interest and support for the United Nations Environment Program. Thanks, everyone.